Bene, buongiorno a tutti. Ancora grazie.
Good morning. I would like to thank all guests for being here. I would like to thank the Autonomous Province of Trento and the Trento municipality for organizing this very important meeting in a perfect way. Very briefly, I will tell you how the day is going to be organized. We will have an introducing panel to welcome you all, and we will start with a video that we organized in relation to the Italian presidency of the Monitoring Committee of the Luxembourg Declaration. Then we will have institutional addresses, and then the panel work groups will take the floor. It is going to be an intense day, but the temperature inside the room is certainly better than outside, so we hope that you remain with us until the end of the day. We will have no break between the different sessions, but from noon to 2 p.m., downstairs, you will have a light lunch, which is offered continuously, so you can take a break there. And we will continue until 3:30 or 4 o'clock this afternoon. I would say that we can start without further ado with this initiative, which is the first one of a series of initiatives for the institutions and the third sector for the coordination of the Luxembourg Declaration. I ask for the video.
Labour and Social Policies, Andrea Orlando, chairs this year's Monitoring Committee of the Luxembourg Declaration on Social and Solidarity Economy in Europe. Since the Luxembourg Declaration in 2015 to date, the current 20 European signatory states have committed themselves to support and promote social economy. Social economy is characterized by non-profit and socially useful activities carried out by third sector organizations acting on the basis of principles of reciprocity and democracy. Over the years, the European Union member states of the committee have urged the European institutions to support and promote it. In December 2021, the European Commission adopted an action plan for social economy, identified as a powerful lever for job creation and social innovation, a pillar for strong, inclusive and resilient economies. In view of the proposal for a Council recommendation expected in 2023, the Italian presidency of the committee is developing a program to explore specific themes, focusing on the primacy of people and the participation of social economy actors in collective choices, the primacy of people as the basic principle and driving force of social economy to promote social justice, peace, and prosperity. The pandemic crisis and the Russian aggression in Ukraine have shown how crucial the role of the third sector is in supporting, welcoming, and including vulnerable communities and individuals. The active participation of social economy actors in decision-making processes is crucial to enable them to grow in skills and drive innovation. Italy has introduced a specific provision in the Third Sector Code that provides for the co-planning of needs and interventions and for co-design, and intends to promote these tools as a model to be replicated in the European sphere. Their rooting in our communities and territories and the potential in terms of economic and social transformation make social economy organizations precious actors in the green and digital transitions, as well as for initiatives to support cities, small towns, and rural areas. This precious potential could be further developed through a network of local laboratories and observatories connected at a European and transnational level. On these issues, it is up to us to find the spirit to push in the direction of that union of people, which is the model we must always have in our minds and our hearts.
Grazie.
Thank you.
Ringraziare il Presidente della provincia, il Dottor Maurizio Fugatti,
I thank the governor of the autonomous province of Trento, Maurizio Fugatti, for hosting us and for devoting so much attention to this initiative. And I thank the autonomous province of Trento for organizing things so thoroughly. I would also like to thank the mayor of Trento. And instead of having the Minister for Labor, we have Mr. Spinelli taking the floor.
Bene, buongiorno a tutti, benvenuti. Porto
Good morning and welcome. I would like to address you on behalf of the President of the Autonomous Province of Trento, who cannot be with us today. Actually, it is the governor of the province who cannot be present and not the minister, who is present and whom we thank very much for being here. We are in this beautiful hall, which is so fascinating and charming, and this is a beautiful venue to address the topic that we deal with here in Trentino. I would like to thank all those who are present, starting, of course, from the mayor of Trento. This is a beautiful opportunity for Trentino, not only in terms of contributing to the positive outcome of the Italian presidency of the Monitoring Committee of the Luxembourg Declaration, but especially to discuss about the very matter at the core of these topics. In this respect, Trentino is certainly qualified and very authoritative interlocutor due to its history, also in terms of social economy. At the time, it was not called in that way, but in the beginning, it was already not only a theory, but also implemented, so much so that Trentino was considered a laboratory for social innovation. In this respect, autonomy played an important role, which is a special feature of Trentino. And I would say that this testifies to a vocation of the communities of Trentino, which supported all these innovations in the social sector with this bottom-up approach. I could offer several examples of a very virtuous joint effort between all the stakeholders of the sector, including the institutions, and the contribution on the part of the communities, which is marked by pragmatism and a social economic approach. I will take one example only, because you see, over the past months, we discussed about the reforming of a provincial provision, which is very important here, which is an employment fostering provision, which was started in the 80s, and it turned into a system. And in the beginning of the 90s, it translated into a provincial law. It is a system which enhances the value of the work of the institutions, of the cooperatives working here in taking charge of people who have exited the labor market due to their fragility, and so they are helped to reach the retirement age being employed within this system. You see, over the past months, we have discussed about the system in order to adapt it and adjust it to the current situation. And there are two aspects that I would like to mention, and which are very close to the three thematic topics that we will address by the panels, and Mr. Cornell and Salomone will certainly go into the details of that. The first thing is the employment itself on the part of the institutions, which has changed within the European scenario also due to state aid. And we will also want to discuss about the services of general economic interest, which are very valuable, and there we have a lot of experience, and we have a number of instruments to implement what is available in that respect. That means taking charge of frail people and implementing actions. Our provisions and tools are based on the normal employment terms with correct wages and the terms agreed upon with the trade unions. Now we need to add to that training and education offers so that these people can upskill and can also be more interesting for the labor market. This is what we are trying to do in bringing together all these aspects, using the provisions that we have and accompanying that with active labor policies. I would like to conclude by saying that I believe that in this moment, in this geopolitical moment, which is very delicate, and in line with the Luxembourg Declaration and with the action plan, I would like to state that first, the social economy is a test field for resilience vis-à-vis the economy and the green and digital transitions that it accelerated. And social economy is also a transition area, and it serves as a trade union between public and private entities, including the state. So enjoy the proceedings, and thank you very much.
Grazie, Assessore.
Well, thank you. Thank you to the councillor for addressing us and for entering into the very core topic of our work today. Now, I would like to give the floor to the mayor of Trento, Franco Ianeselli. I would like to thank him. He was the first one I talked with, actually, and honestly, it has been Trento and Trentino that volunteered to host this event. This event is not only a seminar during which people go into depth of a series of topics, but it is something that testifies to the attention devoted to the social economy by this province and by this city. So I'm absolutely convinced that this relationship with Trento and with Trentino on this topic and in other domains will certainly continue. We have always worked together very well, and you will also have, of course, proceedings of this event. The proceedings will be given to the participants and to the various stakeholders so that they can be further analyzed. So I'm not only formally thanking Trento, I really thank you for the hospitality and for the good work that we have done together. So the floor goes to the Mayor of Trento, Mr. Ianeselli. Welcome. Welcome to Trento, and good morning. I'm not an economist, nor am I active in the field of cooperatives. I'm a member of a cooperative, as is the case with the majority of people living in Trentino, but I'm not an active member. And yet I'm a mayor, and I think that if we look at our city and look at the buildings in order to preserve them, they tell us something, because here close to where we are today, we have the headquarters of the Trentino Union of Cooperatives, and there is also the offices of a major cooperative bank. If you walk through the city, if you stop at a bar or a restaurant, you will certainly eat and drink something produced by a cooperative. And if you see elderly people, you will see that oftentimes they meet in venues and facilities that are managed by cooperatives. So this is something that holds true for the majority of things in our city. Well, should we take out those buildings and facilities which are run by the cooperatives in this city, then we would miss really a lot in terms of architecture, in terms of people. We would miss the action of these people working for social inclusion. Think of those workers who have been dismissed and who are employed by the public institutions and that take care of our territory, also in environmental terms, which is very important at this time of climate change. Now, if we think of today, we realize that we organize this event in a city which not only is very linked to the history of cooperation, but also to the present time events. We have the offices of OECD, and it is the only one outside Paris. Here in Trento, it is a very qualified center for social cooperation and collaboration, and it is EURIXE, and that is a second very important example of what we have here, and which testifies to the fact that this is a European city. We are located on the Brenner corridor, and this also proves that we are very European. So what we do is done with a view to Europe, and we think of our history and bank on our history, but also always look at the future. One thing being energy, one topic, I mean, in terms of how energy is distributed and how we can do things that bring quality to the life of people. So these are important elements that we will talk about, and they are very important and we're going to discuss by important speakers.
Participation. I'm convinced we will have a great opportunity to debate and network. Grazie.
Grazie.
Thank you. Thank you to the mayor of Trento, who described the organizations I was referring to earlier on that have been and are going to be our point of reference, as is the case with the European institutions. Certainly, the work of the member states, including those who signed the declaration in 2015, now their number is 20, and we hope that we can announce soon within the Italian year of presidency that new members sign and join. Well, they play a very important role vis-à-vis the institutions and the communities of their countries, and of course with the European institutions. This is the reason why I am extremely pleased to be able to announce here the presence and attendance of Ruth Passerman. Thank you for finding the time. She's the director of the DG Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion of the European Commission, and she would have liked very much to be here with us today in person, but due to other commitments she could not make it, but she has managed to be connected remotely, and we thank her very much. You have the floor, Mr. Passerman.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation to attend this conference, and also for keeping the European Commission involved in the activities of the Monitoring Committee. I really would like to commend the efforts of the Monitoring Committee to widen the political support for the social economy, also in times when it was less of a priority in the EC at the European level. Now, this is not the case anymore, as was mentioned in the video, which said already everything I had to say, but the Commission has adopted an ambitious action plan for the social economy last December. And this conference today is directly relevant for a number of topics and actions that we have announced in the action plan. The action plan recognized the key role that is played by the social economy in making our society fairer and more inclusive. It also highlighted that the social economy potential is not fully tapped, as its business model is not evenly spread across the European Union. In some member states, it is very developed, like in Italy, but in others, it is still largely underdeveloped. And therefore, the action plan aims to allow that all the public authorities and the stakeholders can act jointly and fully use the potential of the social economy. The action plan includes more than 60 measures. For example, the development of legal and policy frameworks, support for access to finance, including dedicated financial instruments for social enterprises, capacity building for social economy actors and public authorities, and mobilization at the regional, local, and international level. And one of the key central pieces for us is that we intend to propose from the European Commission a Council recommendation. The adoption of this recommendation is planned for 2023. We are receiving many positive signals on this, and we really hope to be able to deliver an ambitious document that will provide useful guidance for member states to create the right framework conditions for the social economy. Of course, the Italian example of the framework law is very useful. For this recommendation for the whole recommendation to be really useful for all the different countries, which are at different levels of development of social economy, I think we really need to build on your experiences, on your expertise, and to respond to your needs. And that is why it is very important that member states are closely associated in the preparation phase of the proposals. And this happens through the so-called expert group on the social economy and social enterprise of the European Commission. We also count on your support at the time of the adoption. I have to say that in the action plan, there are already, the Commission already invites member states to adopt certain measures to make life easier for actors on the ground. For example, to adopt or update their social economy strategies and measures in cooperation with the social economy stakeholders, to set up local social economy contact points, to promote socially responsible public procurement and make better use of the existing state aid rules, to designate social economy coordinators in the institutions. This is important to ensure consistent policymakers across the government departments, and also to facilitate access to funding, both national and European. I'm sure that the work today will provide useful insights for the implementation of the actions that are announced in the action plan. Some of my colleagues are there and they will participate in the thematic workshops. And of course, we are looking forward to the actual Bologna Declaration that we hope will be adopted at the Monitoring Committee later this year. We expect that this will help to boost the political momentum around the social economy, and also will provide some insights for the preparation of the Commission proposal for a Council recommendation. It is really important to widen the support for social economy at the highest political level, because this is what ensures that the appropriate conditions are created that allow the social economy to thrive. I really wish you a productive debate, and I look forward to hearing the outcomes of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Grazie. Grazie alla dottoressa Passerman.
Many thanks, Mrs. Passerman. You mentioned many topics which will be at the center of panels. And you mentioned also the initiatives that will be implemented in our country in the next few months, and also in the final declaration of Bologna. So hopefully our work and the work in Trento and the declaration will be useful to contributing to writing the recommendation. Now, before giving the floor to the Minister for his contribution, please let me describe our itinerary. Some months ago, the Minister decided to promote the activities, the social activities of the Ministry, and then apply and collect from Portugal the testimony of the work. And he set up a working team, an internal in-house working team, chaired by the Director General, Mr. Lombardi, and he set up a scientific committee chaired by Mrs. Francesca Balzani, whom I thank for her work, and all the members that you can find in the website. I will not mention them personally. So I would like to thank them for contributing with their skills and knowledge and work. And I think that we should be grateful to them. So they prepared various documents which will be very important for us throughout the year. And as you heard from the previous speakers, our idea is that of promoting social economy. And we at the Ministry have taken this topic very seriously. And I would like to thank the Minister for that, Mr. Andrea Orlando, to whom I give the floor.
Voglio anche io ringraziare la provincia.
Well, I would like to thank the autonomous province of Trento and its representatives for the collaboration and organization of this event. I would like to thank the mayor and the representatives of the European institutions, international organizations, and member states. Dear speakers, local authorities, and representatives of the academic and social world, dear friends, on the 4th of December 2015, in Luxembourg, 6 countries decided to start a common plan so that the European Union could find a common notion about the importance of social economy and to promote its development. Well, that effort came from a very important requirement, which was tested by the pandemic and also by the recent war. The social economy is a model which can resist crisis much better than other models. But not only that, already during the starting time, the funding members recognize the importance of the active participation of citizens. So these are crucial values, above all at times of difficulties when trust in institutions may be in danger and when a large part of people do not participate in the democratic process, and when big transitions take place, like the ones we are experiencing today, and which, in order to be successful, would require the involvement of all social forces and individuals. Now, social economy is, above all, a very resilient model which democratically involves people in a virtuous circle of work, commitment, value creation. And for those reasons, we have committed ourselves to its development. Social economy is an important character of our social and economic model. And in order to promote this committee, the signatory members of the Luxembourg Declaration, which was followed by the various documents, well, they met every year in the monitoring committee. And this year, I have the honor to chair it. And it is exactly in that framework that this event is taking place here in Trento. Now, every year, the monitoring committee focuses on significant elements of the social model.
Nel quadro di crescenti
Now, given the situation, last December, the European Commission published the plan for social economy, which is an important step and at the same time an important contribution. Now, this action plan underlines the importance of an urgent intervention by the Commission and the Member States in order to create economy, a type of economy at the service of people. I would like to thank Commissioner Schmidt, who invested a lot on this topic. Now, at an international level, an important work was carried out within the International Conference of Labour with the adoption of a resolution prompting member countries to focus on social economy. And then at the OECD, we have the declaration of the 9th of June under the presidency of Italy, which invites member states to promote social economy and create support instruments and favor access to funds and aids. And then the G7 summit, which recognizes the importance of the third sector in providing quality social services. Now, we need also to look at the initiatives of the United Nations. So 2022 will be a very significant year for social economy and for the countries which signed the Luxembourg Declaration. Now, for all these reasons, this year, under the Italian presidency, we would like to propose to go back to the heart of this model, that is the importance of each person in the development of economic models. Now, person at the center means primacy of the social dimension as compared to profits, and reinvest in profits in social services. And it also means to create and maintain stable and quality employment, and also be against any type of exploitation. And it is thanks to all these means that we can implement plans for the equal distribution of services and goods. And then primacy of people also means to recognize that resources are not infinite, and that their use must be very rational. So social economy is a precious element in the green and digital transition. Looking at the title of this initiative, I thought about a very important meeting that we had in Italy, where the person was the reference of the Charter of Rights. In contrast with a vision where people were not so important. So I think that we have to underline the close connection between democracy and capacity or ability to include. And this is exactly the topic that we have to tackle today. Today, to put the person at the center means to provide rapid answers to the needs of those who are suffering. And the war in Ukraine has promoted a lot of initiatives, has helped promote a lot of initiatives to help refugees. And that, again, underlines the importance of the third sector in promoting the protection and shelter of the most vulnerable people. Now, starting from these principles, the Italian presidency would like to look at other elements which should promote relations between people and institutions. We would like to propose the possibility of creating a space where to have good relations between third sector actors and institutions in order to find the right balance between means and resources made available to schemes and plans. And the same applies to aids, to funds, and the action plan of the Commission devotes a lot of attention to funds. Third sector entities need to have access to various funds, including the funds made available by the European Commission, and also with reference to funds, the Italian presidency would like to focus on a new model based on sharing of choices and looking at the co-planning and co-designing of various models in order to have a higher capacity of access to these plans. Also, the tax system has an impact on resources, and so it should be adapted to the various specificities of the third sector.
Nel perseguimento di finalità di carattere sociale. Insomma, è necessario.
So it is necessary to have a fiscal system which should not only look at what you do, but also at how you do it and what are the externalities created by certain services, because sometimes the maximum price reduction principle is not so correct, because it may create some problems. So also in economic terms, the choices made in the past in the name of austerity have perhaps produced problems and debts as well. So we have a lot of work to do, and we have to do that with determination at a time when there may be huge inequalities within the society, wealth concentrations which are unprecedented, and which have a strong impact on society. So we are at a time when the relationship between people and the networking capacity are even more important. Also in the light of the digital transformation. So we need to discuss about all these topics, and we have to do that based on political passion and determination. In the next weeks, we will have to meet again. We will meet again, and we will have to tackle various issues. We will have meetings with the regions and with municipalities and within the forum of the third sector, because the issue of geographic proximity is a topic which should be at the center of all these reflections. So this first meeting in the city of Trento should lay the foundations so that this work, which will end with the meeting in Bologna, may be full of contributions and insight for the benefit of this model. I'm sure that this path, which we are walking together, will help us and make proposals also for the Commission. And we hope that this can be an element going beyond possible contradictions with fiscal policies and budget policies which do not yet recognize the differences represented by the third sector. So I wish you all the best for this meeting. And I'm sure that this meeting will produce tangible results for the benefit of that democratic and civilian heritage. Thank you.
Grazie al Ministro.
Many thanks, Minister.
Il titolo saluti introduttivi sono stati,
well,
come avete sentito, pieni di
so we've had contributions which will certainly be very useful during our next discussions. Many thanks to the Mayor, to the provincial representative, to Mrs. Passerman, And many thanks to the Minister. And now, the floor to Professor Luca Gori, who will chair the first session.
Facciamo vedere anche la versione italiana del nostro video. Grazie.
We will show you the Italian version of our video. Thank you so much. And we give the floor to Professor Luca Gori.
L'Italia, con il Ministro del Lavoro e delle Politiche Sociali Andrea Orlando,
So Italy, with the Ministry of Labour and Social Policies, Andrea Orlando chairs this year's Monitoring Committee of the Luxembourg Declaration on Social and Solidarity Economy in Europe.
L'Italia, con il Ministro del
So Italy, with the Minister of Labour and Social Policies, Andrea Orlando, chairs this year's Monitoring Committee of the Luxembourg Declaration on Social and Solidarity Economy in Europe. Since the Luxembourg Declaration in 2015 to date, the current 20 European signatory states have committed themselves to supporting and promoting social economy. Social economy is characterized by non-profit and socially useful activities carried out by third sector organizations acting on the basis of principles of reciprocity and democracy. Over the years, the European Union member states of the committee have urged the European institutions to support and promote it. In December 2021, the European Commission adopted an action plan for social economy, identified as a powerful lever for job creation and social innovation. Certainly a pillar for strong, inclusive and resilient economies. In view of the proposal for a Council recommendation expected by 2023, the Italian presidency of the committee is developing a program to explore specific issues, focusing on two elements: the primacy of people and the participation of social economy actors in collective choices. So the primacy of people is the basic principle and driving force of social economy,
in cui si fa urgente il bisogno
to promote social justice, peace and prosperity. The pandemic crisis and the Russian aggression in Ukraine have shown how crucial is the role of the third sector in supporting, welcoming and including vulnerable communities and individuals. The active participation of social economy actors in decision-making processes is crucial to enable them to grow in skills and drive innovation. Italy has introduced a specific provision in the third sector code that provides for the co-planning of needs and interventions and for co-designing, and intends to promote these tools as a model to be replicated in Europe. Their presence in our communities and the potential in terms of economic and social transformation make social economy organizations precious actors in the green and digital transitions, as well as for initiatives to support cities, small towns and rural areas. These precious potentials could be further developed through the network of local laboratories and observatories. On these issues, it is up to us to find the spirit to push in the direction of that union of people, which is the model that we have to have in our minds and in our hearts.
Grazie.
Thank you, and good morning to you all. We now open the proceedings of the first panel session, which is devoted to social economy and public sector. I would like to first of all thank the Minister for Labour and Social Policies, his staff, the General Direction, and the Scientific Committee, lawyer Balzani, that coordinates that. Thank you for making this event possible, which is shedding light on the topic of social economy, which is of paramount importance. Today, within this specific panel, we have speakers, panelists, who will voice the viewpoint of Italy and of Europe, and establishing this connection, this link between the Italian and European experience is fundamental. The scientific committee deemed it essential to focus on two major aspects in this first panel group. The first focus is the need to have a definition framework of the entities involved in the social economy. And the second focus is the development on the basis of the results of the first focus, those cooperation tools and instruments that we can deploy with the social economy and with the public entities. We believe that a very effective cooperation between the entities working in the social economy sector and public institutions needs to be based on a very clear picture of who the stakeholders are, who these entities are. And this is not going to be a theoretical or academic effort only. It is a need, a daily need for administrators, for economic subjects, for citizens, for operators of the social economy sector. At the same time, we know very well that the borders in between different categories and groups are constantly redefined because they follow the movements that take place and the changes that take place within the framework of active citizenship, which means that we need first and foremost to identify a method which will make it possible for us to study the new forms of active citizenship. Well, we believe that the Italian experience can be very useful indeed. And the contribution that the Italian presidency can give, we believe, will foster the accumulation and growth of knowledge on this topic. The important 2017 reform of the third sector developed a new framework, legal framework in Italy, and this made room for several aspects from social enterprises, which also include social cooperatives, to new horizons which have been opened also in terms of hybrid experiences, which are perhaps more complex to define, but which are there and which bring forward the values and experience of a social economy. Specifically, the new legal framework in terms of relationship between public administration and third sector is one of the most important attempts at enriching the public-private partnership system, also going beyond the European provisions on public procurement. The entities that were voiced in the video are one of the test benches which can really be used as a framework reference and which can bank on the experience made in Italy. The Constitutional Court in Italy talked about a shared administration model. This is the expression that we are very happy to be able to use also in Trento, because Trento contributed massively to the very conception and development of a shared administration concept. So the court talked about a model which is not only an expression of constitutional values, which our constitution includes, but which also is an expression of those values which are of the very basis of the European Union itself. This created and started an important dialogue between the shared administration institutes in Italy and the European level. The action plan for social economy serves as a framework for that. And indeed, a few days ago, the European Parliament passed a very important resolution. It was on the 6th of July this year. So this seems to be paving the way for a new legal definition of this matter. Hence the importance of this panel. The contribution that we can give to the development of this new legal framework can indeed be substantial. There are four aspects that I would like to work on today. First, what about the definition of the entities working in the social economy sector? And what are the strategies that we can deploy so that the European institutions in their decision can take stock of this richness that we have in social economy? Second, the shared administration models that are developing in Europe, and indeed we will listen to European speakers who will tell us about European experiences in this field. They need to be considered. Third, we need to review and rethink in several directions, especially in line with the European Action Plan, the very notion of economic and social services of general interest. And this means also going beyond the very definition of a number of categories which have been hurdles in developing further the cooperation between the social economy and the public entities. Fourth, the development of models which help define the way by which social economy is actually working and functioning in Europe. What do we need there in terms of systems, in terms of new knowledge on the part of the operators and public administrations alike? So what do we need for this model to have the space it needs? So you understand very well that this is a far-reaching debate, and yet it touches upon one of the crucial elements of social development in Europe and in our country, being Italy. This is what we're going to talk about with our panelists, and I will then introduce them when I give them the floor. The first one taking the floor is Mrs. Vanessa Pallucchi. Thank you for being here. She's the spokesperson of the Third Sector Forum Italy. So thank you for being with us and sharing your reflections on this topic. Well, thank you, Luca. Thank you. Good morning to all of you. I would like to thank the Minister for this invitation. And I'm very happy that I'm given the floor as the first panelist because I really like the opportunity to welcome the other third sector European spokespeople. And we are involved directly in this initiative, so I'm very pleased to be able to also address the European colleagues. In Italy, you see, at the very moment, we are about to complete the reform of the third sector. This reform includes a veritable change in terms of paradigm in a very original way, and I'm referring to the very definition of shared administration in terms of co-planning and co-design, which at this moment redefines the constitutional duties of intermediate bodies and further implements the concept of subsidiarity. Oftentimes, these are terms which are difficult to grasp when a change is in place. And yet, at this very moment, there is a strong debate which involves not only the third sector horizontally, but also vertically in terms of the relations with the institutions. And this is happening because we talk about changes within the framework of the National Plan on Recovery and Resilience. So we bring forward this debate at this time of change in Europe. We need to understand the direction that we are taking in this respect. You see, the third sector has proved and evidenced within the framework of an economic crisis and then the crisis caused by the pandemic and then by the war. So it has demonstrated that we indeed need a change. But what about the direction of this change? And indeed, the third sector in the past years, within the framework of the processes that were mentioned, the situations that were mentioned, so much so that people were really having difficulties in keeping pace with the change, the third sector within this framework has evidenced to be able to interpret the situation and tackle the challenges. This sector is deeply rooted in the communities and areas of Italy. We have 363,000 organizations, approximately, in Italy, and in the third sector, with a total number of employers totaling almost 900,000 and 5 million volunteers. So the Italian third sector is both a material and immaterial framework and system which is growing in Italy. I'm telling you these numbers and figures because, as a matter of fact, in Italy, when we talk about shared administration, we also talk extensively about a very close relationship with the communities, with the local areas, which, of course, entails a dimension of resilience, because the third sector can be resilient and present, close to the people and innovative at the same time. I don't want to be self-referential, but I want to provide you with a snapshot of a real social movement which developed bottom-up and which is part of the story and history of our country, where communities get organized before the state does. And they find a way to get organized and to find answers to issues within the framework of a civic organization of citizens. This is something which makes Italy very interesting from this viewpoint and in this respect. Well, we believe that the Italian third sector presents several entities acting cooperatives, associations and volunteering. These are the three elements and entities to take into account. So talking about civil economy in an integrated way
una serie di sfide e una serie di crisi.
In order to respond to the challenge, this approach is essential, is crucial. In Italy, we have a sort of home that is the third sector that represents us and that we work for so that we can find an integrated model. We do not want to have overlapping entities and organizations. In some cases, we also have ancient rivalries that have, of course, to be solved and overcome. And this means that we find a common vision, which entails changing the development model. One of the levers to do so is, for sure, a strategy within the framework of social economy, provided that Europe is capable of defining it and implementing it in a very rich way by involving the citizens and the local communities, bottom-up, with a bottom-up approach. This is the vision which has also been defined in the Next Generation EU. Inclusion, sustainability, these are the core elements which have to be put in the context of a general system where we construct and reconstruct the local fabric. At this moment, we work within a sort of situation of uncertainty. We have to find new equilibria and new relations, which means that co-planning and co-design and shared administration can prove very useful in bringing forward a number of values. The first value is that of having people talk to each other again and feel a sense of belonging again. This is very important. This is mobilization of people, and the forces and movements that are present need to be supported in this respect. There is also an economic challenge, which is very important. You see, the welfare and well-being of communities is something which is achieved through participation, but also through a change which translates into economic processes. And here, a major contribution can come from cooperatives, which means that a very feature is retrieved, which is that of the creation of good and solid jobs. The third sector needs to embrace this logic and this shared administration concept. Without, though,
come dire, il rapporto
overlapping in its actions with
integrato e riconosciuto reciprocamente.
with other things, but I try and make myself clearer. We need to have an integrated approach. This means that the shared administration works well when the public entities work in a well-defined way, and the control room also always needs to be in the hands of the public bodies. We do not want to replace public institutions. We do not want to overlap there. We want to be subsidiary to the public sector. And the European funds indeed stimulate us to rethink our role within the local communities. This is something that can be done within the framework of a change of governance model, putting at the very center the common good and the protection of common interests and public interests. The operators of the third sector are recognized in their work to foster that, and the Constitutional Court has also formally recognized it, along, of course, with the contribution of the public entities. I will now conclude my contribution by saying then on the 20th and 21st of September in Rome, we will have the Forum of the Third Sector organizing an event within the framework of the Italian presidency of the Declaration of Luxembourg. Our focus will be on the proximity economy and urban peripheries, because we have good practices that we can tell about, and certainly there are conditions that are needed for that to happen, but we can also provide a snapshot of the reality. We need, in our country especially, to have two expectations. First, the fact of clarifying the language that we use in our sector, and second, telling about us to Europe. Because you see, we have a huge potential in Italy. We must talk about it, explain it, also in terms of providing guidelines that bank on our solid experience, which can be useful for the social economy within the European scenario. Thank you very much.
Grazie a Vanessa Pallucchi.
Many thanks, Mrs. Vanessa Pallucchi, for describing this very intensive agenda for the Italian third sector, also within the framework of the European Union situation. Now the floor to Federica Sartori,
dirigente,
whom I thank for being here, manager of the Social Policy Service of the Autonomous Province of Trento. The floor to you.
Gioco in casa.
Good morning. I'm playing at home, so to speak, and I welcome you. And I also take the challenge launched by the colleague when she spoke about the control room for social economy, a single control room. Well, mine is a particular observatory. It is a public observatory focused on social policies. And I think that the fact of looking at social economy is something that will be at the center of our talks. Well, this is the title of my presentation, that is the Trento experience and its contribution to solidarity and social economy. Well,
dalla dichiarazione di Lussemburgo
we have the Luxembourg Declaration and the reform of the third sector, which focuses on this collaboration between public entities and third sector entities. Now, the other important point of the Luxembourg Charter is to define the line which helps us define who the third sector entities are. So I think that this is not only a legal issue, because I think that we can also speak about social economy also when we have other entities which may not be necessarily third sector organizations. And this has to do with territory development and elimination of inequalities, etc. Now, we start from a very tangible experience, which is that of solidarity-based districts. So,
l'accezione solidaria sicuramente.
Solidarity, of course, is very important and is an element of the social economy, because it is, of course, based on inclusion and solidarity. So we have two laws, two provincial laws. One is the social policies law, which has established these socio-economic districts. And then 3 years later, another law was passed based on social responsibility. Well, these two laws try to provide an instrument for the support of a social economy in the areas, in the various areas of the province, by means of these so-called districts, which promote paths of inclusion and aimed in particular to employment, but also in general to development.
La dimensione, I due elementi importanti.
The two important elements related to districts are twofold. First of all, the local dimension, because the idea here is to enhance the resources of territories, and then the other dimension is that of a common objective. Right from the start, various expressions of districts have developed, some more focused on labor, others more focused on social inclusion. And the idea here is to create opportunities for involving citizens at large. Now, looking at these experiences, which can be further developed,
in questa occasione,
we also wanted to highlight the fundamental elements that social and solidarity-based projects should have. So these are the 5 fundamental dimensions, as we call them. And these can help us all implement projects of solidarity economy, and which are in the end successful. So these dimensions have to do with the objectives, the process, that is the governance at the basis of this process, and then the results achieved, the type of model used, and the forms of financing. Well, I will now briefly dwell on all these topics. So the first has to do with objectives. So we are speaking about social economy plans where welfare is described as a common plan. And here I would like to highlight the importance of involving all actors and also of welfare plans which are not strictly focused but which should be open to the whole population. Article 55 of the code actually supports this type of work. Now, governance was already described by the previous speaker, so governance should be public, but at the same time should involve also private people and should be focused on sustainability and the mechanisms at the basis of this plan. And the third dimension is attention to the product and to the results achieved. Well, sometimes we are convinced that whatever we do it well, but I think that we should also focus on the value of the product for the beneficiaries and also the process and the relations with the territory. Of course, we need to measure the effects of these plans based on not only economic metrics, but metrics which should enhance effects which are not necessarily economic effects. And then we should also look at fallout effects that perhaps you didn't imagine at the beginning, but which then come out of this plan. Now, functioning model. Well, a good district should be based on a project where single actions and activities are consistent, so we should not have individual or single activities, but activities and plans which are connected, so to say. And then it's also important to have close collaboration between people. Now, another important aspect for public entities is the type of funding of these experiences. So with multiple types of fundings, we can have various financial instruments coming also from Europe. And we should also look at the possibility of compensating the costs required by these plans. So these are the 5 prerequisites that we should consider to implement these projects. And then in this final slide, you see the conclusions that we can draw from our experiences so far. So certainly, if we have this approach, we can certainly involve multiple subjects, not only the third sector, not only public entities, but also companies, private companies with different roles. Over the years, we have seen unprecedented opportunities for welfare measures, and then the territorial dimension creates situations which were not present in the past, and the third sector code is very important here. Now, possible room for improvement. Well, certainly the balance between social economy and for-profit economy. And certainly here, the public entities should better interpret the function that is assigned to us. So we should more focused on this balance, and we should also highlight and enhance the various opportunities and also the value produced by this welfare system. Thank you.
Grazie davvero a...
Many thanks, Federica Sartori, for this important description. And now, the floor to Antonello Scialdone, who is the head of Civil Economy Department, National Institute for the Analysis of Public Policies.
Grazie a te, grazie al Ministero del Lavoro per l'invito.
Thank you so much for the invitation, and many thanks to the organizers. I think I should have some slides. Yes. They're not these ones.
Dire alcune cose, sono particolarmente contento.
Well, I'm particularly happy to be here. Not only because of the many contributions already made, but also because INAP has an institutional mandate dating back to 2015 related to the study, research, monitoring and assessment of the third sector, which is perfectly in line and connected with all these issues which are being debated about social economy. Now, well, I can go on also without the slides. In my contribution, I will focus on some issues related to what the Minister mentioned in his presentation.
Lo faccio perché questa è, come potremmo dire,
this is an idea whose time has come, as Victor Hugo said, and there are no strongest armies than an idea which dates back to some years ago, and there is evidence about the fact that the mechanisms of choice of public institutions have been changing. So Luca asked me to speak rather fast or to remain within the times. So when we speak about models, when we speak about planning and co-planning, what we refer to is an idea of collaborative governance, enlarging the field of decision-making and confronted with a series of elements. Well, in the public perception, these things are already present, and I would like to show you the results of an important survey carried out some years ago by Ipsos, showing that 3/4 of the population, well, I'm referring to the Italian population. I'm sorry for the international guests. It would be interesting to have similar surveys in the other countries. Well, 3/4 of the people believe that the public usefulness is guaranteed anyway, independently of the subject that practically promotes the implementation of that service or of that activity. However, given some conditions, well, the scientific literature shows a model whereby the notion of public is
il requisito di un soggetto e invece
less and less the requirement of one single subject, while it is the characteristic of an action, provided that some elements are present. So the action should be transparent, seen by everybody. It should be informed by common pathways and should aim at the production of public goods and should be the object of coordinated action. Now,
della decisione pubblica emergono
from this, we can
che sono
infer the organizational formulas based on the principle of connection, that is reciprocity, communication, and widespread responsibilities.
Indipendentemente dalla percezione del senso comune,
well,
disponibilità degli attori.
Given the importance of this path, which involves many parties, and some of them have already been mentioned, well, this is a path which may entail some risks. Now, before the European plan, I would like to recall another issue, that is the social investment package, dating back to 10 years ago.
Rispetto all'adozione di
And the Commission already 10 years ago had opted for the idea of virtuous circles where public entities should be open to other subjects. So this communication of the Commission said that it was important to look at different actors which are not an element of complication, but a resource which may enrich the potential of virtuous partnership. Now,
disponibili dalla riforma del terzo settore.
The reform of the third sector has already been mentioned. Various improvements have been introduced. This is a verdict already recalled by Luca Gori, which would require a very focused attention, because this article, or this verdict, focuses on the importance of the third sector, considering the fact that the third sector can guarantee resources and abilities and capacities which enrich the public institutions.
Il ricorso
In addition to that, I would like to mention that the use of co-planning and co-design instruments is also mentioned extensively in the NPRR. And that was not something that we should take for granted. It is written in all measures of Mission 5, Inclusion and Cohesion, and also in the document about shared administration. And here I go back to what the previous panelist said. We have, therefore, a proposal for a model of shared administration as an ordinary relational model. We need to focus, though, on a number of key elements which I believe are important
davanti.
In order to fully grasp the opportunities that are ahead of us, and in order not to miss anything. First and foremost, a shared administration entails that there is a collective learning process, which is not something obvious. The local institutions and organizations and the social economy organizations need not only to be ready to do something, but also equipped with what is needed to act. And this is something which we read in the PNRR. There are milestones that need to be met, and we should not force action to get there, because that could lead to results that are actually not correct. So what I mean is that in implementing the PNRR opportunities, there have been a number of calls that have not had participants. So this means that we need to be very clear about not only the timing, but about what needs to be done. Now, we need to be clear about the key features of the intangible infrastructures, which are used to bring a connection element into all these different domains, which means that we need to take stock of the fact that cultures are diversified, but the variety of cultures does not necessarily entail a conflict. We need to be debate-oriented. We need to exchange views. We should not think that agreement cannot be met. And this means mobilizing resources that otherwise would have no space.
Ecco, ci sono dei punti critici.
There are a number of critical points that you see on the slide, and which I will briefly mention. First, participation is not necessarily linked to a fairly distributed capability of influencing a situation or a decision. There is a trade-off that we need to be clear about. The larger the network, the more difficult it is to have a specialization of roles and the relevancy of the deliberation. And we need to learn together how the procedures are going to be deployed to counter that. And then there is a second critical element, which is the following. What about the compatibility of these objectives with the electoral cycle and the interests related to the fact of being voted and elected? And then resources can also be used and not only enhanced, and that is something that needs to be taken into account. Visions for the future. We need to have a vision for the future. We need to adopt in the mid to long term an evaluation approach. The guidelines issued by the ministry last year indeed focused on that. And a number of things are also present in the two very recent sources mentioned, then being the ILO and OECD work in terms of giving visibility to the results and outcomes of the coordinated action. We need to have a far-sighted approach. This is what I meant. And then I would like to conclude by saying something which is fully in line with what the mayor said. Cities are beautiful when they express relations, when they highlight and enhance the connections. Indeed, what we need to do now is to start processes rather than occupying spaces. This is solidarity, and the source is, of course, the Pope, as you saw. Thank you very much. I hope I was clear enough. Thank you. Thank you very much, Antonello, for this very far-reaching overview of the situation and of what needs to be done. Now we move to the next speaker, who is Lenzo Lattuca, who is the mayor of Cesena. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for being with us. You have the floor. We are slightly late. I will be very brief. Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you again for being with us this morning. Well, thanks to you, it is indeed a privilege for me to participate in this debate. Thank you for the opportunity you are giving me to present briefly the experience of the municipality of Cesena within the framework of shared administration and participation. And I will also offer you a number of very brief observations, which are personal, but which I would like to voice. In the past 3 years, the Cesena municipality focused on the development of the concept of shared administration and participation and involvement. And we worked on both levels of shared administration with determination. On the one hand, co-decision processes, participation in planning and designing have been fostered, and that has been important also in terms of town planning and measures for air quality, for instance. This translated into a number of documents of the municipality in order to guarantee a better future to the community. And that was one level. And then there is also the aspect, there has been the aspect of subsidiarity, meaning that the point is not only that of co-deciding, being involved, participating in deciding about the future of a community, but also you need to have an active citizenship. You have to have subsidiarity, which means that citizens must be able of co-planning, co-designing, and implementing what is decided in order to meet the needs of a community which the market, the private market, is not interested in. And I will go back to that later on. We devoted a lot of time and energy to this. And we focused on all steps and phases of participation as envisaged in the Emilia-Romagna regional law from 2018, law number 15 from 2018, which describes very precisely the rules of participation in planning processes. The planning processes involved are strategic. They offer a far-reaching vision with a time frame of 10 to 20 years. And I think of the Sustainable Mobility Plan and also the general city and town planning effort. We approved of the new plan a few months ago, following the new law in 2017, and that has meant a revolution in the town development approach in terms of use of soil. And we did so also within the framework of other action plans, including the regeneration of areas which had deteriorated within the city fabric, but which still deployed a very strong attraction in terms of what they offered from a cultural viewpoint. And this entailed that we developed an urban regeneration plan, and we also received funds for that. So we were very happy that the co-planning activities translated into something practical in that respect. On the other hand, we developed several experiments and actions through subsidiarity and participation as co-planning in a series of projects. Green City was the title of the first project, which meant revisiting, so to say, the 60 green areas of the city. You certainly remember that in the past there were strong limitations in using the green parks of cities and towns. And now we changed the situation and we opened the parks again. We did so by means of sort of deals with the third sector and with citizens. So organizations were given the possibility to use the park, and in turn they would do something for the community. We also have a project with the civil protection body there. Our cooperation boasts a very long tradition, and we have continued fostering that cooperation. We also wanted to have this approach in terms of using sports facilities and planning sports and recreational activities. This, of course, entails involving the third sector and the social economy entities. And this also means that we make it possible to use municipal buildings. There are several buildings belonging to the municipality that are scattered throughout the city and which have been made available. There are neighborhoods that we do not want to be considered as peripheral areas, and so we use, for instance, former schools, which are transformed into cultural hubs and where important events are organized for the community. This is what we have done. We have done that using all the instruments and tools we had at our disposal. Emilia-Romagna has been greatly supportive in that respect. Especially Mr. Gallo has been very helpful in defining a code of participation, considering both sides. It is true that when it comes to the planning level, the need to have meetings with a remote connection oftentimes was not always beneficial, meaning that it was a limitation in a number of cases, and we all know that. But it is also true that, on the other hand, this has made it possible for us to meet often. And the participation code, which has been devised, does not limit participation in any way, but it does the opposite. It shows all the various opportunities for participation in terms of the various activities by the organizations. There is a variety of organizations and situations in this respect. This is an important challenge. Of course, we have not won the challenge yet, but we have achieved important results and outcomes in improving public policies, in working with the third sector. This is a sector which suffered heavily in the past 2 years, along with several others, of course. We do have projects that we think can be taken as reference, and their objective being that of implementing the 2030 development goals. That agenda serves as a reference for us. A number of projects have also been recognized in their importance at national level. Within the sector of the environmental protection, but not only that, there is a last observation that I would like to make. You see, we are now completing the reform of the third sector. I followed the various steps during the 17th legislature at the Italian Parliament, so I followed the works. I think that the assessment of the impact of the reform must take place starting now. This is something that has already started. We must continue this effort more strongly. And then, if possible, I would like to offer a personal remark, a personal political remark. I see that, especially within the framework of the legal framework in Europe, there is an excessive focus on the market and on competition in the economy. We need to be more realistic. We need to accept the fact that there are huge spaces and areas and fields where the market fails because the economic margin is extremely small. We need to have public policies taking a more active role there, going beyond the logic of acquiring goods and services. I'm convinced about that, and we are using also all the opportunities that the current public procurement code offers. I believe that in abidance with the concept of transparency of the public administration, we need to do better, because oftentimes we do not understand properly those areas where the market cannot serve the community. We need to find an alternative to the competition and economy, to the market, private market itself. I think that cooperation, I think that the third sector are the option, are the alternative in this respect, in terms of providing goods and services which do not entail a profit, a major profit. So my wish is that the decision makers at all levels do something in this respect. And I hope that they are more flexible, starting from the European level. I hope that they are more determined also in recognizing the situation and in stopping the assumption that the market always does what is needed, because it is not so. We need to accept that. We need to renounce to the primacy of economy in those domains. In a number of cases, you focus on the well-being of a community and not the GDP. We should do the same here. This is the way by which we should approach the values that are proposed by the third sector. Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity you have given to me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Well, as we are late, I give the floor straight away to our friend, and sorry for the bad pronunciation of his name, Przemysław Pieczowski, member of the Association of Social Cooperatives Poland. Thank you so much for being with us today and for sharing with us the viewpoint of a country which currently is not a member of the committee, but that we hope will soon be a member of this group for the promotion of social economy.
I ask you to say no more 7 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning. I represent Association for Social Cooperative, which work with local communities to establish an ecosystem for social economy to grow. I would like to thank you very much for a kind invitation for this distinguished event to organizers, to monitoring committee of the Luxembourg Declaration, to Italian government, to province and city of Trento, and also for social economic committee that I could be here and say some words about our experience. It is a privilege to me, and it means a lot to me. Let me give one example from our history. Pundits used to say that there is something impossible until someone did this. 13 years ago, it was impossible to have comprehensive social cooperative law in Poland until some members of our parliament visit Trento. They sought capital of cooperative, land of cooperative, people of cooperation, and how cooperatives work for the social economy. And after this, they did change our law. And without this law, we wouldn't be able to establish hundreds of social cooperatives worked closely with local governments, and we wouldn't be able to establish thousands of job places for people in need in social cooperative. So again, thank you for this inspiration in the past. And today I would like to say some words about how social economy looks like in Poland and how social economy works. Just throughout the years, I would like to say that social economy started to be reliable and loyal partner for public sector in general interest services and local services, and we became a very considerate and very good partner to the public authorities, to the public sector. I don't know how to. And what I would like to say more, it was even mentioned today by the ministry, in crisis in Europe, the people, the governments recognize social economy as more successful and needed because of taking care of vulnerable people and because it is the part of the local community. And I would like to share our experience. Just in 2 years, we had to face off 2 crises in Poland. The first was the COVID-19 outbreak, when we made a report, and at the beginning, the 50% of our job places were at risk. And another crisis, even worse, the Ukraine refugee crisis because of the war caused by Russian Federation. And at the beginning of this crisis, when a lot of refugees come into our border, we made a report as a social economy and realized that most of our entities, most of our social cooperatives didn't wait for anything. They started to help, they started to provide services, they started to do everything what they could. And again, it appears that it is, I think that it is not how much you have as a company, but it is more what you do with what you have. And the social economy entities wanted to use our resources, what they do, to help people in need. If you look into the details, how it looks in the past, you would see that before the war, Before the war, it was 1 million people from Ukraine. After the war, it was even 4 million more people from Ukraine, but it was completely different, totally different, because before the war, it was a man and woman who wanted to work. After the war, it was a lot of vulnerable people, the women, the children, the elderly people, the people who was in need, the people with disabilities. So the structure totally changed. And thanks to the cooperation with our government, especially the Ministry of Family and Social Affairs and Ministry of Funds and Regional Policy, we made a shared responsibility and organized the purchasing mechanism, the mechanism which gives the social economy support center, the part of the system of the social economy, the possibility to buy the products and services from social economy and entities. And for example, during COVID-19, this mechanism was 10 million euro. And because of this mechanism, we have an opportunity to save almost all job places who were at risk. And because of it, our social economic entities, our social cooperative was on the first field of fight against COVID-19. They provide services to the hospitals, to the care homes, to the daycare centers, to the local governments, to the social welfare office, to the schools, constabularies, firefighters, elderly people. So the public sector again realized that the social economic sector in Poland can be the part of the great support for public in very difficult times. And when the war started in Ukraine, it was almost the same, that most of our social enterprises and social cooperatives wanted to start, wanted to help, wanted to give support for people in need. And in COVID-19 crisis and in the Ukrainian refugee crisis, they provide services which was complementary to the support organized by the public sector, by the government, by the local governments, and it was crucial to provide all needed services. Let me say how it looks during Ukraine. Our social cooperative provide assistance in organizing accommodation for people. They gave a lot of assistance in formalities related to stay in Poland. They provide job services and assistance, food preparation, the dishes, the organization of activities for the children, organization and donation collection, but also they gave a crucial support for people who are extremely in need. The people with disabilities, the people with SME, people with very profound health problems, they gave a lot of services to help those people in Poland. Some people had cancer diseases, and they had to cut the treatment in Ukraine. So when they come back to Poland, they had to have another support. So social economic sector gives them opportunities to do this. So because of it, it was very, very good things what happened during the first period of the crisis. And believe me, we've got a lot of information from people from Ukraine. For example, some of our social cooperative hired people before the war, and when the war started, the men mainly came to the Ukraine to fight for the country, and we've got a lot of very horrible information from the battlefield. People said from Ukraine and tell us, Przemysław, Ariel, we survived, but we survived hell on the earth. Believe me, there was a lot of atrocities in the war, and it was very, very cruelty. And what I wanted to say, we help a lot of families with children, and the most craved dream of the Ukrainian children in Poland is to see returning fathers from the war. And we know that not every time this dream comes true, so there is a lot of sad information and sorrow information what we need to face, and believe us, we need to help people in Ukraine to fight this war and to win this war, because it's a lot of atrocities what they had to face into this situation, and the social economic sector works hand by hand to help people, to help government to cooperate with public sector in this situation. About the future challenge, I just wanted to say just 2 words. We have a challenge in general interest services, as it was mentioned today. The soaring demand of social services and possible process of deinstitutionalization, we face it, and we see the social economic sector can be a solution on it. We also see the green transition in social economy, and this is one of our objective. And also, I came from the core region, who is recognized by the European Commission as the core region in transition, and we think, as a social economic sector, that we can have a positive impact into the core regions and help people who formerly work on the coal industry to change their work and work for the social economy. And we do believe that the social economic sector can have a lot of support in those people in need too. And we work closely with our regional government to organize a lot of support and use what social economy can help and do for the people and for the local community. And what I would like to say, just in the couple of words, everything could happen because in Poland we organize the system of the cooperation between public sector and the social economic sector, which give us the opportunity that in every part of the Poland, you can get the same support to establish a social enterprise, and it works very well. I just said on the end, because I know that I got just 7 minutes to tell everything. But as you know, I would like to talk even many more times. Maybe I will have another chance in the future. But I would like to say that I found in life that nothing is worthwhile until you cooperate. So if you cooperate with the people, if you try to convince people, public authorities, that it's not about winning, but it's about the cooperation and growing social economy in the local economy is the best idea. And we in Poland has to change even educational system, because in schools the children are taught how to win, know how to cooperate instead of competition. So it is another crucial what we need to face. So again, thank for a lot of inspiration, again for invitation, and thank you very much. It is my privilege to be here and to see about sharing administration, which I really like. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Przemysław. Veramente importante la prospettiva.
Many thanks, Przemysław, for your contribution. Now we close this session with Juan Antonio Pedreño, President of Social Economy Europe and of the Spanish Business Confederation of the Social Economy. Thank you so much for joining us in Trento. And the floor to you.
Buenos días y muchas gracias. Bueno, quiero en primer lugar agradecer la presencia.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation. I represent CEPES, which represents the social economy in Spain, also at a European level.
Presencia aquí esta mañana del ministro Andrea Orlando, porque demuestra el.
So I think that the presence of Minister Orlando shows his commitment and the commitment of the government for social economy. 3 months ago, we had a meeting in Spain. It was the 10th anniversary of the law on social economy in Spain, a law which was very important for the development of this capacity of to collaborate. Minister Orlando was present on that occasion, and he declared his commitment and the commitment of his government for the social economy, and also for the monitoring committee, and also the contribution of Italian companies and Italian cooperatives. So the Forum of the Third Sector and the university are reference points for social economy and for the whole sector of cooperatives. Well, I'm a southern person, a person from the south of Europe, and I think that we're experiencing an extraordinary time. Well, things can be achieved when someone who is not you speaks about you. And this is exactly what's happening. The society speaks about social economy. Everybody speaks about social economy. And the European Parliament, just a few days ago, approved a report almost unanimously with 190 votes in favor, a report which supports the social plan and also the economic committee, the OECD, International Labour Organization, and also Spain will lead a group of countries which will work on the United Nations report. So everybody speaks about social economy, and everybody is aware of what social economy represents, also in terms of tackling certain challenges, such as energy crisis, demographic crisis, and the reduction of inequalities. Well, many things have already been said during this morning. And we know that the main challenge today is to have more jobs for more people in more places, and also better jobs. And this is what social economy is proposing. Well, we're not alone. We're here from a stage, and we speak to people who are aware of social economy and agree with social economy. But there are many other people who are ready to be open to social economy. So I'm sure that we were able to achieve a lot of things, also making reference to what the Polish colleague just said. So many people outside of the social economy sector speak about the values, the principles of social economy values, which are the values of the European Union: social inclusion, territorial inclusion, sustainability, better solutions for the planet, digitalization. So, in the end, this is what is necessary.
Now, we cannot give others our own responsibilities. We need to make this visible. We need everyone to be aware of this in every country. Years ago, here in Italy, in Rome, a meeting took place, and the member states, the European institutions, realized what the real dimension of the social economy was. It was the Rome Conference 2014, and we wanted to release the potential of the social economy for the growth of the European Union. So this conference drafted a roadmap, and this roadmap was a roadmap and that acted as the starting point for the major progresses that were made then by the social economy. In 2015, the Council approved of the European Union Council, the Council, approved unanimously the fact that the social economy was considered a driving engine of growth, and the monitoring committee was set up for the declaration of Luxembourg within the framework of the Luxembourg conference in December 2015. As the minister said, at the time, it was 6 governments that decided, at the time Italy, Spain, France, Portugal, Slovenia, and Luxembourg. So they decided, these 6 countries, to sign a document and committed to propose public policies in favor of social economy. I'm briefly telling you about the steps. In March 2022 in Paris, 23 governments convened, which means almost 80% of the European Union, and they signed a document and committed and engaged to developing public policies in favor of the social economy, which means 6 years only. 6 years, and the number has grown so much that now we have 80% of the government of the European Union working to develop policies for the social economy, and this has been thanks to the monitoring committee. In December 2021, an action plan was approved for Europe for social economy. And indeed, it is the most impressive thing that has happened for social economy ever, which is a co-construction and work and effort, bringing together governments, countries, the various levels, in order to meet one major challenge, which is that of growth. Growth to change scale. The social economy needs to grow. Now we represent 2.8 million organizations and entities in Europe, 13 million paid jobs. We need to grow. And we need to go beyond 6.3%. We should reach 9.9% for all jobs. We can do that. Italy, France, Belgium, Luxembourg, Spain, Portugal are countries where the 7 to 10% of the GDP is covered by the social economy sector. I agree, though, with what the minister, the mayor of Cesena said, that the GDP measures everything, but not what really needs to be measured. Anyway, our goal is growth. There are several countries which are in between 0.5% and 2% of the GDP covered by the social economy, which means that there is really room and potential for growth. We need to grow in order to foster debate in Europe as well. And this is something which needs to be worked at everywhere. We need to be more incisive in the sector of public policies. When I said that, we need strong reference policies, of course. We do need them, and we need to have the capability of influencing policies. We need to be there. We need to have our own dimension. We need to grow also in that respect. And this, I believe, is an important reference point. And then the European Action Plan. That sets up a framework, a context of reference, a frame of reference, which has a number of objectives. One being the definition. There is not one European definition of social economy. Each and every country has its own reference framework. And of course, there are specific features in all countries and in every country that needs to be taken into account, but we need one definition, which also accounts for the heterogeneous feature of the economic sector of the social economy in Europe. France, Portugal, Belgium, and not only these countries, have already provided a fairly thorough definition of the social economy. In legal terms, bringing together mutual organizations, cooperatives, foundations. So this is the general scenario, and this is the scenario at European level. I believe that what we need to achieve with this with this action plan is that of setting up a veritable ecosystem of social economy in Europe. That is the goal, the ecosystem. And in order to get there, we need to have an ecosystem in each country, which means that then we can add up all systems and we increase our possibility of influencing and acting at European level. There are four levels in that. First, we have the European level, the European framework. It is already there. We have it. It is the action plan. Second level, the state level, the national level of countries. In each and every country, we should have a specific national strategy in order to favor and enhance social economy. This requires policies, of course, that make it stronger. I'm also president of the Social Economy Organization in Spain. You see, 95% of the entire social economy in Spain is represented by CEPES, one organization, which makes it possible for us to really speak with the government in very, very, very serious terms. We talk with the government, we speak with political parties, we propose bills, or make proposals for bills, of course. And this means that we promote a social economy because we act as a venue where all members of the social economy can meet. And the ministries, too, are represented and present at our meetings, and the regions of Spain also are there, which means that together we draft the public policies and talk about public policies. This has led to the first law about a social economy, which has been drafted, and it has been the first one, I believe, worldwide. Portugal and France benefited from our work, and they also drafted their own piece of legislation. Now we have an action plan which is specific for the social economy, with the funds of the National Resilience and Recovery Plan. This is the work done by one organization, having an impact, having influence on the general situation. So this brings me back to what I said at the beginning about working with the political field. CEPES, our confederation, is the only organization in Europe, intermediary body of the European Social Fund, which can use the funds of the European Social Fund in order to give them to the organization. So we are in between. And we, of course, perform an important role in that respect. I would like to speak about many other things, but I cannot speak about at length. I would like to say simply that we have an action plan that serves as a facilitator in the work between governments, member states, public institutions, in order to improve the instruments that we need to improve at European level. And the recommendation that was mentioned this morning by Ruth Basserman is expected to be approved in 2023 by the European Union for the Council. This is fundamental. And then the Academy of Social Economy that we are thinking about for youth, and the work with the OECD and with the ILO. These are historic moments, and we have really an opportunity to go into the details of the social economy. Now, I will say it again, this is an historic moment. It is our responsibility to exploit, to take the moment, to grasp this opportunity. We cannot give others this responsibility. It is up to us. We need now to act because we exert influence on the government. This is the high time we did that. This is the right moment. Now and within a couple of years, I would say. Otherwise, we will miss the moment. And the 2023 conference in the second semester will be very important. We are already working with the Spanish government in this respect in order to organize this conference that will take place in the second semester of 2023. The recommendation then has to be approved, and that will happen during the term of presidency of the Spanish presidency. It is very important that that happens. I will conclude here. I must say we must be proud of the moment we are experiencing because the model we represent gives priority to a working economy to the benefit of people. So the primacy of people, as the title goes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Juan Antonio Pedreño, also for the passion that you have put into your contribution. We are late. I'm sorry. I conclude here the panel. So possibly the organizers have been a bit too optimistic, and the chair, myself, I was not able to stick to the time allotted. But anyway, I hope that it was interesting, and I'm sure actually that it was interesting. So thank you very much. Now the stage goes to the second panel, and the second panel is chaired and coordinated by Fiorenza Lipparini.
Does it work for you? Yes. So, buongiorno a tutti, sono Fiorenza Lipparini, perdonate, come vedete è un panel numeroso, oltre che fantastico, ci abbiamo messo un po' ma ci siamo sistemati. Buongiorno a tutti, mi unisco naturalmente al coro di ringraziamento per il nostro Ministero del Lavoro e delle Politiche Sociali, in particolare per il direttorato che si occupa di economia sociale di terzo settore. Naturalmente grazie ai nostri ospiti trentini, Regione, Comune. E un saluto e benvenuti anche ai nostri colleghi che ci seguono in streaming, in particolare tutte le rappresentanze degli stati del gruppo di Lussemburgo che non sono potuti essere qui in fisico ma che stanno lavorando con noi.
Who could not be present here in person and who are working with us on the Declaration of Bologna. I will take very little time and I will be very, very strict on times. And we're going to speak about social economy and local development, which is a huge topic in between the relationship with the public sector, so the whole legal and regulatory issue. So a concept is policy and politics. In Italian, it is very difficult to differentiate between the two. Well, what type of policies and what type of politics do we need to enable the third sector to work for the benefit of territories? And these policies are national, European, global policies, local policies. How do they interact between at the various levels? How is evidence used? How is information or assessment of impact are considered in order to promote or to show the promotion of the territories? So information, assessment, evidence also mean exchange, because it is not possible to collaborate if we don't get better in terms of exchanging information, experiences, etc. And we will see many of these experiences which could be replicated around the world. And then another key word that we associate to the third sector is resilience and adjustability. So these tangible cases, these experiences help us achieve common objectives at a European level and also at a global level in order to promote green transition, digital transition, and do it with the proper vision without leaving anybody behind, and resilience and also adjustment and adaptability of economic policies, industrial policies, and the Commission has worked a lot on the connection with industrial policies. We're speaking about urban regeneration, so we're speaking fundamentally about the whole system. So we have to try and see what the system is and what the system can do. So I'll stop here. So the order shows that we go from global to local. And I give the floor straight away to my colleague, Antonella Neuer of the OECD. And she will tell us about a recent very good result. Antonella, the floor to you.
I am going to speak so that the colleagues who can rest a bit and listen to their own language. So yes, I'm very happy and proud to be here to present a bit the recommendation that Minister Orlando was also mentioning in his opening speech. And I am proud because this is the result of the long time on the barricades, so 25 years of OECD work in this area. OECD was, I think, the first international organization to pioneer this field of work. Back to 1999, we suggested the first working definition of social enterprises. Our first publication on social economy dates back in 2003. So I'm proud that this recommendation builds on all this work, this evidence, and also because it was approved by the Italian, by the Ministerial Council chaired by Italy. So just let me tell you very quickly what is an OECD recommendation. So it is part of the acquis of the OECD. That is this one of the more than 170 legal instruments. So in spite of what the terminology suggests, a legal instrument is not mandatory, is not binding, but the countries which belongs to the OECD, because it has been adopted by the Council, have a commitment to support the implementation of the recommendation. Moreover, countries which are not part of the OECD but are entering the OECD can adopt. And in fact, we have already received the request of adoption by Brazil, Croatia, Morocco, Romania, and Bulgaria. And hopefully others will follow. And even countries which do not want to belong to the OECD but want to support social economy by getting inspiration from the recommendation can undertake a special procedure. So as Fiorenza said, it is really global reach. So it has been adopted on the 10th of June, the very same day of the adoption of the ILO conclusion. And I think that we both say that this is the first international standard. So it was, in fact, an historical political momentum which provide a base for policies to follow. So it is the first international agreed standard which offer a policy framework for member countries to design or improve their policy areas. So I don't need to repeat why it is important. I think that all this morning, and even Fiorenza mentioned a number of reasons why this is the right moment to focus on social economy. The recent crisis, the COVID crisis, but even the financial crisis and the current crisis from the Ukrainian war have shown not only the resilience of social economy, but also its transformational power, the capacity to inspire also in mainstream business different behaviors for all the business to become more responsible. So for all these reasons, for the capacity to create work, including for disadvantaged people, for the capacity to revitalize territories, including rural areas, and so on and so forth, this is really the moment to shed light on the social economy. And obviously, it is the right moment also to build on this momentum at global level, which I call the Trinity, that is OECD, European Commission, ILO, and possibly the United Nations, hopefully soon will have its own resolution. So it is the moment to keep this moment sustained and to go all together further. Definition, I won't open the debate on definition. I won't open, but I think that what is good in our recommendation, which does not claim to have a universal definition, but I think that we define the social economy in a way which is large enough to encompass all the entities, but also to recognize the diversity in each country. And this was also mentioned before by CEPES. So we need to recognize the diversity of definition and the diversity of practices. So practically, what is this recommendation? It is a policy framework. Imagine a wheel in which there are 9 policy areas ranging from fostering social economy culture, institutional legal framework, access to finance, access to market, skills, business development structure. And these are 7 common policy areas with the European Commission, because we work this together, plus 2 new ones, social innovation, because obviously social economy very often works hand in hand with social innovation, and data, because data is so important. So I'll switch to the local dimension. No, next step first. So we need you, like the European, like Ruth Wasserman said this morning, we need you because we are now preparing an implementation toolkit. We want to give additional guidance, so we are looking for policy examples that can illustrate what every country is doing. This recommendation is relevant for national and subnational level, regional and local. And this is very important for us because we are a program funded by Italy, France, really to put, 40 years ago, really to put the emphasis on the territorial level, because this is where things happen after all, and knowing the territorial roots of social economy, it is very relevant that social economy is a really privileged partner for local authorities, but also because there are really links. If you look at, for instance, at the logic that permeates local development, which is agreement on long-term projects, synergies between the different actors, need to strengthen social capital, well, you see that this is really mirrored by the future of social economy. And what we have seen at OECD recently is that regional and local authorities are really very important investors. 58% of total public investment is done by municipal and regions, so which means that regions have the capacity to invest in social economy. And this was remembered this morning by the colleagues of the other panels. So we really need to take decision at the political level so that the policies supporting social economy are really done at local level. And I think I have to rush and go to a closure because I see Florence. Yeah, but I'll go straight to this. So we have done an analysis recently on some regional development plans for social economy in Poland, Sweden, France, and Spain. And which demonstrated that, of course, the social economy is really helping those regions to deliver on their policy objectives. So social economy, in fact, is an ally for local authorities. And what could policy do more? So I'm not saying something new. For instance, I think you, Vanessa, this morning remembered the importance, and even the minister, of injecting money. And there are already money. Do not forget the money that comes from the European Commission. In our analysis, we showed that the countries which are able to use the European social funds, of course, are tapping into a great opportunity. the need also to co-construct these local policies. France is an example in this because they have this regional chamber of social economy and the regional conferences, which is an institutional endeavor to decide all together the direction to give to social economy at regional level. And because you mentioned this, Fiorenza, I will
and I
end.
guess Antoine will tell us something.
Absolutely. I will end with this, also the importance to measure the impact of the action of social economy at regional and local level. And we see in some countries, Sweden, for instance, they have an instrument which is called the regional insurance, whatever it is, and in which they are doing this very kind of exercise. So we need to strengthen the links between social economy and local development if we want to multiply the general well-being and impact at a local level.
Well done, Antonella. Thank you so much. And by the way, we'll have a lot of publications and reference and will circulate and they'll become part of the work we are doing to build the background document going towards Bologna. So we'll share with all the public, and if you have any other information, publication, best practices, please come to us. We really are building something at European level. But staying global this time, scusate, torno all'italiano anche.
Now the floor goes to Valentina Berzè from the ILO, who will tell us about the June appointment and the implications that has. So what happened?
And I will echo my colleagues of this morning, and now Antonella and the others, in saying that we are really living in a momentum around SSE. And actually, I was here in Trento the last time in November 2019 on the occasion of an international conference that was titled SSE Momentum, and was organized by us, International Labour Organization, in partnership with EURIX, EIVA, and many other local and international stakeholders and policymakers. Italy, France, Luxembourg, and many other governments were already there. We met back then and discussed the growing attention around the SSE in addressing social, economic, and environmental challenges and how to tap into its potential. And now, after 2 years that was not possible to meet face-to-face, and also we saw the kind of consequences of the pandemic in terms of also exposing many fragilities in our economies and society and exacerbating the pre-existing inequalities, we see why it was and it still is relevant to have these kind of discussions and also collective thinking. So as many of us are reminded, we are living now in an international momentum around the social and solidarity economy. And specifically, I think the accent should be on partnerships among different actors, including the SSE entities, that are more and more recognized in order, in a sense, to be crucial to accelerate the path for achieving and localizing the Sustainable Development Goals. Especially the multi-stakeholder partnership are essential to create ecosystems of proximity and achieve sustainable development and social innovation at the local level, because they put people and their needs, aspiration, at the center of the economic and social life of their territories. And then we arrived to the 2022. Also, the Minister Orlando today was pointing out how is a turning point for the recognition of the SSE at many levels. At the European level, many of the colleagues reminded about the action plan of the European Commission, and then also has been debated at the level of African Union, a 10-year strategy on SSC at the level of African continent. The OECD recommendation and why is important, Antonella just mentioned, and was adopted the same day of the conclusion of the ILO. Now, briefly, I will introduce. And also, another element that I think is important is that at the global level, some governments are leading the process around a resolution on social and solidarity economy that will be tabled at the United Nations General Assembly. Many governments are playing a leading role in this process, and also was highlighted in the Declaration of Toledo of 2020, adopted by the Monitoring Committee for the Luxembourg Declaration during the Spanish presidency. So this United Nations resolution would represent an essential achievement at the international level, since there is no such document recognizing the SSC role in advancing sustainable and inclusive development. But then what happened in my house, at the International Labour Organization, so the House of Social Justice? We held actually in last month our 110th International Labour Conference, which is a conference gathering 187 delegations of governments, workers and employer organizations discussing each year priority issues in the world of work. And this year, one of the issues that was deemed as priority was the social and solidarity economy. I have to say that while the promotion of the social and solidarity economy is not new to the ILO and is embedded in the constitutional mandate of the organization and relevant international labor standards and declaration, it was indeed the first time in 103-year history that the ILO constituents took part in a general discussion on decent work and social and solidarity economy and adopted a resolution and conclusions on the subject. This was also the first high-level debate at the United Nations system. But why is it relevant, and what are the implications at the national and local level? I think that the delegation coming from the different regions brought their perspective. There were delegations from Asia, Latin America, Africa, Europe, and they highlighted the rich diversity of the SSC in their territories, but also was a moment of convergence, was a moment of recognition of common trends and opportunities that can pave the way for developing a conducive environment, for providing guidance, policy guidance, consistent with the nature and diversity of the SSC, especially as a tool to promote decent work and harness the fullest potential of the SSC entities. So the participation of governments with solid experience on SSC, such as the one of the European Union, played a crucial role in shaping the outcome of the debate. The conclusion indeed include the first tripartite definition of social and solidarity economy at the international level. Again, it's very much based on the diversity of the SSC, but is based on common values and principles that are recognized as common in all the regions. And the debate also recognized that as an economy centered on the primacy of people and social purpose over capital, the social and solidarity economy is playing a prominent role in creating and sustaining jobs, especially in times of crisis, and in addressing the root causes of informality. This was one of the prominent also aspects that was debated during the conference. So while also facilitating the transition from the informal to the formal economy and contributing to fostering just transition and environmental sustainability. So in this view, I believe that the local anchoring of the social and solidarity economy and its contribution to both well-established and innovative solutions to provide decent work opportunities and meet the needs, especially of women, youth, and disadvantaged groups, was pointed out as an important added value. And also being based on democratic and participatory governance, one of the principles that was recognized as common in the SSC entities, the SSC entities can complement and reinforce the role of local governments by identifying new social needs, building trusted relations, mobilizing resources and community, finding innovative solutions to satisfy those needs, and advancing and accessing certain rights, including decent work, health, education, healthy food. So while several challenges remain, it was also recognized that strengthening inclusive and equitable social dialogue and the interaction and partnership between the social and solidarity economy entities and the public administration at all levels, also the local level, can be very helpful in seizing the opportunities. And then to conclude a bit, let's say, the work that we have ahead based on this mandate, and we believe that as ILO office, we think that the conclusions of the debate provide sufficient guidance to the constituents and to the office on the promotion of decent work in and through the social and solidarity economy for years to come. The office will reinforce and expand the ongoing work with relevant partners, especially in areas of provision of legal and policy advice, advocacy, knowledge generation, and also one of the items that was very present in today's discussion, so the dissemination and exchange of good practices, training and education, capacity building, and of course development cooperation, especially in emerging countries and emerging economies. So on this basis of this renewed mandate, the ILO office is developing a strategy and an action plan which give greater coherence to the ILO action on the SSC and decent work across the multilateral system, including through the United Nations Task Force on the Social and Solidarity Economy that is playing a bit this role of platform at the United Nations system and beyond. And also with key partners. Just last week, there was the 16th high-level meeting with the European Commission and between the European Commission and ILO. One of the technical meetings was indeed to discuss synergies in the area of social and solidarity economy. So in shaping and implementing the strategy, we will keep engaging with ILO constituents as well as SSE entities and umbrella organizations. We very much look forward to advancing altogether the SSE in the service of decent work and more resilient, inclusive and democratic societies and economy. Thank you, and back to you, Firenze.
Grazie mille. Disciplinatissimi. Allora abbiamo menzionato la Sacra Triade.
Thank you for sticking to the time allotted to you, all of you. Now we have Alessia Di Gregoro, who should be connected remotely, and she is Deputy Head of Unit DG GROW. Welcome, Alessia. Possibly she will address us on the action plan that was mentioned throughout the morning, but only with reference to please, to the main topic of this panel, which is the implication of the topic of local development. And we might also have a number of examples. And perhaps you can also tell us what is lying ahead in relation to the work performed by DG GROW. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you for and good morning, everybody. Let me say, first of all, it's really a great pleasure for me to join you today for this thematic session on social economy and local developments. And I really regret the fact that I'm not able to be present in a physical manner. So say that our discussion about social economy, it's absolutely timely. And as Fiorenza said, my intervention will essentially focus precisely on the policy context in which we operate, in particular in my Directorate General, dealing with industries, small and medium enterprise, internal market, when we try to do our best to encourage, but also to boost policies for social economy, but in this particular perspective, which is the industrial one. And this is done not only at the European level, but as this was said already in the context of our own session, also at local level, meaning that interlinkages between European, local, regional levels here are really, really crucial. So let me say that clearly we need today a greener, more digital and resilient Europe. This is precisely our policy context in which we operate in the European Commission in the different policy fields. And this today necessity is in particular relevant because we need to accelerate the shift towards greener, more digital economy while leaving no one behind. That is why we have to also look at the local and regional aspects and so deploy any efforts to develop synergies between urban, rural, social and economic realities across Europe. Let me remind you our ambitions. We want the European Union to be the first climate neutral continent by 2050. But let's be realistic. This twin transition is challenging, and this is valid not only for the European Union, but also for the national and local realities who are part of the European dimension. So this requires new skills at any level. This requires access to affordable energy, to more technologies. It needs to be just and inclusive. Just to mention some items of this very long list. Therefore, we think that we have a clear need for shared commitments and actions. Again, I stress here at any level. And this is a call for a change of method in our approach to industry in Europe. And this is the purpose of the updated industrial strategy, which the Commission presented last May. And in this context, we developed a kind of new approach, building around 14 European industrial ecosystems. And one of these ecosystems is precisely the proximity and social economy ecosystem. In particular, this ecosystem, very much relevant for the today discussion, provides with almost 14 million jobs in different economic sectors, is the key for the European economy, and is also key for sustainable recovery and the twin green and digital transition. In this context, we see social economy as a strong catalyst for the positive change. And indeed, this is the key message that the Commission, the European Commission, put forward in its social economy action plan last December, and you already discussed about this action plan. Social economy is a front runner in developing innovative services, products, new markets for a more sustainable and inclusive economy and society in Europe. Successful and inspiring stories are visible in areas, for example, agri-food, tourism, renewable energy, mobility, just to name some of them. But in order to continue to be inspiring, and this is our aim, the social economy needs to be a beacon of the twin transition. It has to evolve its practices and its processes. It has also to facilitate spillover effects toward mainstream businesses to be more sustainable. This transformational process will not be easy. This is clear. It requires a collective investment, including from local and regional dimensions. We want to make the green and digital transition as fair as possible, and we cannot make this transition happen only by regulating. We want to involve, for this precise reason, all key public and private actors. This is the very purpose of co-creating together a kind of transition pathway for the proximity and social economy ecosystem, a pathway for its green and digital transition. This transition pathway was precisely issued by the European Commission also last December, together with the Social Economy Action Plan, because the very aim of this transition pathway for the ecosystem in question was precisely to accompany the social economy action plan and help this action plan implementation. As I said, we kickstarted the process, precisely this process last December, by proposing scenarios for the transition pathway on which we consulted stakeholders as a first step. And we are still continuing this kind of consultation. And in particular, we are now engaging directly with stakeholders. We did it in these last weeks through surveys, public surveys, through workshops. Our goal is to identify points of joint action, so not only the European Commission, but together with the stakeholders relevant for the proximity and social economy ecosystem, identify shared commitments and pledges to help social economy benefit more and more from the green and digital transition and reinforce its resilience. The result of this co-creation process will be presented by the European Commission next autumn. And let me say that this is precisely a kind of a collaborative tool. And through this tool, we want to enable social economies full potential for the green and digital transition, but again, in collaboration with the relevant stakeholders. So we are working together with them, with the stakeholders, to mobilize commitments around shared solutions and joint areas of actions. The transition pathway that we want to build is indeed an opportunity to bring forward the social economy and identify supportive measures to scale them, to scale social economy across Europe, but also starting from the local and regional dimension. So this transition pathway is a concrete step forward for the implementation of the action plan on social economy, as I said at the very beginning of my presentation, but it's only a concrete step for developing more and more a human-centric, sustainable and innovative European industry in Europe, but not only Europe, also as we are discussing today in rural, urban areas as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alessia. E penso che abbiamo un bellissimo collegamento con
I think that we have a remote connection also with the next speaker, who will bring us to the local dimension of policies. Daniela Freddi, who is representing the metropolitan city of Bologna, that is engaging in a co-design project with local stakeholders.
Parliamo di, come dire, economia sociale.
So we very often speak about social economy, thinking about small centers, but social economy is implemented also in big cities. Tell us.
Buongiorno a tutte e tutti, è davvero un onore, un piacere per me.
Well, good afternoon. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here and speak about the role of social economy in cities. And I will describe the work that we have been carrying out in Bologna. Well, Bologna, based on the European Action Plan and based on the ministerial meeting in Bologna next October, has decided to develop its own social economy plan. Well, in October last year, we had the renewal of the municipal council, and so a new phase of local policy has been launched, aimed at turning Bologna into a laboratory of good practices, both in terms of civil rights and also social inclusion. In particular, with reference to social economy, we would like to go back to a historical characteristic of Bologna, because our territory has always been able to combine economic development and also social inclusion. So for many years in Italy and outside of Italy, the Bologna model was mentioned. However, after the latest crisis of 2008 and 2009, well, this model has weakened. And so that mechanism of virtuous development started to slow down. It was based on SMEs, cooperation, and it was also based on mutual work and inclusion. And all that made Bologna and Emilia-Romagna a place where economic development and social development went hand in hand. However, at a certain point, that mechanism broke down, and we also had situations like indecent work or poor work. Well, it seems strange, perhaps, to hear that in Bologna we have such a situation, because if you look at classical economic indicators, well, you could be surprised, but in fact, what we have discovered is that this local economic growth
in realtà ci siamo resi conto che
well, we realized that very rarely has this type of growth an impact, a positive impact on people. So we also witness to the growth of poverty, and the new municipal administration decided to tackle this challenge, including the development of a plan for social economy. And
proprio come il titolo
as the title of today's meeting says, social economy means to put the person at the center and strengthen an economic system which responds to the needs of people instead of exacerbating poverty. Now, we are just moving the first steps, so I will describe what we want to do in the next month. So in October, we will have a very important appointment. We will have a whole week dedicated to social economy, and we are organizing meetings. And on that occasion, we will introduce our manifesto, and then we will start with our policy, and we will interact with citizens, social economy actors, trade unions, social parties, because we want to launch a plan that is fully shared by all the actors. So today's meeting is an opportunity for us to receive some insight. So I hope we will remain in touch in the next few months. Now, let's speak about some challenges ahead. First of all, our plan will have a metropolitan impact, not only the municipality of Bologna, but it will also involve 55 municipalities in the area of Bologna. So it is a very heterogeneous territory due to the fact that cities in Italy have always had a centripetal force, so they have attracted energy, development, and people with a progressive isolation of local areas.
Fiorenza, anche perché noi abbiamo poi lì un problema di svuotamento da una parte, ma
So we have a problems of depletion, but in the city we have a problem of pollution. We have a problem in terms of housing. So we will have to see how to combine all these issues. And the first task will be the following. That is the sustainable agricultural sector. Because this can connect the rural areas with city centers.
L'altro tema è sicuramente.
And the other topic is remote working.
Ci si sta muovendo un po' in ordine sparso, però indubbiamente quella può essere.
And certainly that can be a way to try and reduce traffic in city centers for the benefit of cities and peripheries at the same time. And then another topic is the relationship between institutions and citizens. We certainly need to work on mutual trust and collaboration. In Bologna, we are working very hard, and we are very much determined to do so.
Solo ad esprimere un'opinione.
So we have also citizens involved. And this is a great challenge also for the public administration, which should be able to interact with the other sectors. Well, of course, this is no easy task, because clearly when you change your way of working, there is a whole system which has to be changed and modified. And then another important point is that this means to give up a certain level of power. Thank you.
Grazie mille, Daniela.
Many thanks, Daniela. We all feel part of this project of co-creation. So 55 municipalities, a lot of municipalities. Now, we move from this co-creative type of policy to a model of network, which is very interesting and which could be replicated also in other countries apart from France, and which combines the many elements of social economy. We know that in France, this is a very strong movement which has been present in France for many years, and which involves regions, local areas, and also the national level, and which is organized on some topics, and which has a showcase of best practices, which is very interesting. Antoine, the floor to you.
Thank you, Fiorenza, for giving me the floor, and thank you for this invitation to participate in this event. Just a few words of where I'm speaking from. ESS France is the umbrella organization of social and solidarity economy in France. We gather three kinds of members. First members are representative of each legal form recognized as member of social economy in France. Foundations, social enterprises, mutuals, cooperatives, and of course associations. Second kind of members are sectorial organization of social economy dedicated to work inclusion, education, and many other topics. And the third kind of members, of which I'm going to talk now, are the regional chambers of social and solidarity economy. They are a distinctive feature of the French ecosystem of development of social economy, particularly when it comes to local development questions. So I will try to explain what they do, where they come from, their strengths and weaknesses. What are these regional chambers of social and solidarity of economy? They are associations that gather networks and enterprises, whatever the legal form of social economy at the regional level. And they come from regional groupings that exist in France, dating back from the something like the 80s, and that were created to gain positions in the social and economic regional committees in councils in France. They developed mainly in the early 2000 years and at the end of the 90s because they realized that they were part of the solutions in many local communities because France was losing many industrial jobs and factories closing in many regions. So what they did, these groupings, basically, they started to count. They built observatories at the regional level because they wanted, based on the principle that if you want to count, you have to be counted. And they counted the jobs, the enterprises, and they realized that in many areas they were accounting for 1 out of 7 private job. And when you are such a force, no one can ignore you. Time after time, with these observatories at regional level, they built a better knowledge on social economy in many regions, and they started building advocacy program and events such as the Mois de l'ESS, Social and Solidarity Month, which exists in France every November. This was this movement was during the 20s, the year 2000, and then arrived the law on social and solidarity economy in 2014. And this law aimed at organizing and bringing about a more efficient ecosystem for social economy in France. So they chose to give a representative role recognized by the law at the regional chambers, so that every public authorities wanted to co-design or to work or to develop social economy had someone to speak with, and someone to speak with that could be held accountable for all the legal forms of social economy. And this was a decisive movement because in the French institutional systems, regions are responsible of economic development. So after this moment, regional chambers started to develop as the voice for social economy organization and enterprises. They contributed more and more to policy making at local and regional level, but most important, they started constructed and organizing capacity building in every kind of area. They didn't choose between rural or a periphery or the heart of big cities. They helped build financial tools, support for local initiatives, networks. They favored the development of clusters because simply it was their job. And they help many entrepreneurs and initiatives by tackling some of their biggest challenges they have to face is isolation and lack of resources. Now, this regional chamber represents a network of experts on which, at the national level, as ESS France, we can propose expertise, new tools, and do a better advocacy to our governments. They also helped these regional chambers developing degrees about social economy, dedicated to social economies in universities in France. And these degrees are quite precious because you have more and more, every year, more and more professionals who are trained to management and to understanding of social economy. So they help building bottom-up forces, but they still have weaknesses. Their weaknesses is that, the first weakness is that they have too many solicitations regarding to what they can address. This is a big problem because you lose energy that could be dedicated to developing social economy in local territories. They have 50 times less resources per job regarding classical economy chambers. So this is a lot less. And as they are connected and rooted to their regional organizations, the programs they have developed may vary from one region to another. And this is, in a very centralized state like France, seen as a weakness. Whereas for us, it's also a kind of wealth. So to conclude, I would say that despite of these weaknesses, these regional chambers have paved the way for some great successes of social economy in France. The booming of circular economy and reuse is one of the key features. Second one is the success of Territoire Zéro Chômeur de Longue Durée, which is a kind of cooperative that is dedicated to prevent people from falling in long-term joblessness, and that gathers social economy organizations and small businesses at the local level which are not in the social economy. And I would say that it enables France to consider new sectors where social economy could flourish. I would say energy, I would say agricultural and food resilience, and I will name also tackling waste management. Thank you for...
Thank you so much, Antoine. That was really interesting. E penso che sono stata una buona chair a fare l'ordine.
And I believe that I was right in deciding the speaking order, because now Riccardo will follow suit and will bring to us the experience of this province with works that are green, that are digital, that are there are top quality jobs. And you will also provide us with models which encourage partnerships between public and private sector and the third sector. So the floor goes to you. Tell us about the project that is carried out for fragile workers. I will thank you, first and foremost, for giving me the floor. I will shed light on a number of actions and policies enacted in the province of Trento. I was asked to take the floor as the director of the labor agency of the autonomous province of Trento. I'm an interim president, but I'm also jurist. I'm an expert of law in the field of labor relations. So I will take the floor in this dual capacity, and I will try and offer to you a number of inputs. Then it is up to the panelists to decide whether you want to generalize this and focus on these aspects. First and foremost, the institutional capability of Trentino of holding together several sides of social economy, as we call it today, which, as a matter of fact, is a new name for a specific action within a certain context. Well, this certainly testifies to a strong culture of autonomy. Indeed, autonomy, special autonomy in Trentino and not only here, is rooted in communities. And it starts there and thrives there. Social economy, therefore, should not renounce to bottom-up approaches. All initiatives and inputs that are made top-down are welcome, of course, but the social economy is anchored in the action of individuals, communities, and local areas. This is an element that should remain at the very center of all our reflections on this topic. In addition, we should also be aware of the fact that this small province close to borders is specific in terms of the cultures that live here, the languages that are spoken, and also the mountains that prevail, geographically speaking. Trentino is Italian in terms of the language and culture, and oftentimes it had to justify its specificities in order to be recognized in terms of its special autonomy, which means that Trentino always had to find solutions to new needs while keeping this strong tradition of having communities work as sort of laboratories for innovation. Again, social economy must be bottom up, and it is moving. Of course, situations change, the context changes constantly, and we see it every day. So that is something that we have to take into account. There is also another element that we should consider, which is the strong involvement and engagement of social dialogue, which is practiced and active at the level of the employers' associations and trade unions. I'm thinking about labor policies, which are a field I'm an expert of. But you see, the control room has always been public. The governance in Trentino has always been public. There is a strong tradition behind this. At the same time, though, at the level of policies, in the designing of policies, we do have dialogue at all levels and negotiations too. This is a word that we should use proudly. And this also translates into cooperation in terms of the implementation phase. And this pertains to various scenarios where the public bodies are the decision makers and are responsible for the practices that then are deployed by private entities, and they also provide resources. This, I think, is unique to the experience of Trentino. This is a special example. I'm aware of that. Possibly it cannot be replicated elsewhere, but this is what we have here, and governance is based on this participation, which is a practical exercise of confidence building. The very aspect of relations and in relations between all stakeholders is the finding of instruments and tools that can strengthen mutual trust and confidence as well. So the labor agency of this province plays a role in this respect for confidence building purposes, which I believe is very precious. Then,
quindi diciamo dal pre-pandemia alla fase.
These institutions, from before the pandemic to after the pandemic, have continued to work well. They have preserved this social capital, which is typical of the territory, and this is clear from data as well. I would like to mention one aspect, which is women employment. Trentino in Italy is the place where women participate most in the labor market. Also thanks to the practices that have been adopted here to strike work-life balance. So now I would like to tell you about a couple of practices which are worth considering. First, the so-called progettone. Progettone, which directly translates with big project, is an instrument, is a system which testifies to the confidence-building approach that I mentioned, whereby people are employed not based on the logic of normal tenders and calls and procurement mechanisms. If you want this cohesion between public and private entities, you need to go beyond the economic rules of tenders, because confidence building there is unthinkable in that parties, the sides, are separate and pursue different interests. Here, this system performs a different role. It also has another feature which is interesting, which is that it holds together situations with real employment contracts, real wages, decent wages for the workers, and that is held together with the objective of protecting the green areas. So two things that normally are separate are brought together. This is what the so-called progettone does, this system for the employment of people who lost their job and are fragile. Then, integration into the labor market of disadvantaged people within the framework of the so-called B-type cooperatives, which have been recognized and acknowledged by a best practice by many, including the European Commission. Here the point is integrating into the labor market disadvantaged people by creating areas of contamination between sheltered and ordinary labor conditions and markets. I think that we should reason a lot about that. We should really go back to what Sartori said about districts, because districts follow the very same logic, which is that of having as reference the labor market itself, with an open market, different rules, special features, but still the labor market. Now, in my conclusions, I will identify 3 areas of possible debate. First, the actors of social economy. I believe that we do not need to redefine the rules, the provisions. The legal framework, at least in Italy, is very well defined and clear. Of course, there is always room for interpretation, but I do not think that we need to change the provisions. We need to accommodate diversity, though, to a larger extent, because within social economy, there is a variety of situations that should be not standardized, but recognized. These diversities should be adjusted to in relation to objectives and the degree of responsibility taken on by players and actors. We do not want 100% social enterprises. We want type A, type B cooperatives, consumer cooperatives, labor cooperatives, voluntary organizations, and I could add many other categories, working within a more holistic framework where diversity is acknowledged and common policies are pursued and followed. It has been said that now the world is talking about the social economy, and it is indeed so. But we should do more than that. We should have the outside world recognize us in terms of leaving more room to the social economy. The point is not only acknowledging and recognizing the importance of this sector, but making room for it. And then needs and frailties. The pandemic showed that fragilities multiply and increase, needs change, and they have to be met within this more complex context, which means that we should tackle this multiplication of needs. The situation has changed. We no longer have the categories that we had in the past. It's not only a formal aspect. The other thing, which is equally important to say, is that in order to meet all the objectives that I mentioned, you need to have skilled, qualified, trained people. I think of cultural mediators, social mediators, those people who act as a bridge between different domains and skills. They are those we need in order to achieve what legal provisions cannot achieve per se. So our role is that of supporting these roles for the competence building that we need. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Devo dire, tutte le volte che sentiamo parlare di figure di mediazione è vero, cioè
So every time we hear about mediation, we understand how fundamental that is, technology transfer being one sector. Now, we remain in Trentino, and we see another sector. We address the existing European rules and consider them within the local scenario. So, thank you. Thank you, Fiorenza. I have a PowerPoint presentation. As Mr. Salomone said, I will also investigate the relationship between the province, the local dimension, and the social economy with a view of using European instruments. I will tell you about mountain shops or stores in Trentino municipalities. I will offer you a number of remarks about the fact that they are services of general economic interest, and they were recognized as such a number of years ago. This is the outline of my contribution. I will explain what these stores are and what they do. I will talk about their funding in relation to the European instruments and state aids. I will describe the activities that we performed in Brussels in terms of drafting a dossier on Trentino mountain stores a few years ago, and then I will draw conclusions and think about what is replicable. What are these stores? Well, they are those shops and stores which are the only shops in a municipality where food is sold. So they are the only groceries. The next store must be at least 3 kilometers away, and the location should be at least 400 meters above sea level. And then there are also limitations in terms of size and business volume. All these features make these stores strategic for the communities. In addition to that, these mountain stores can stop being simple retail point and become multi-service centers. This happens if they perform 3 out of 4 activities. For instance, if they work based on an agreement with public entities. And this has been important after a number of municipalities were merged together. These centers can also provide assistance in booking appointments with doctors, downloading medical records, and of course, these are activities which are very important for the weakest in communities, and I refer to people who are not digitalized. They can also distribute drugs or they can serve and cover post services if post offices have been closed. In addition to that, these multi-service centers take free of charge to elderly people or disabled people what they purchased, and they also make it possible to pay a number of things, including taxes. You can have access to email and surf the web. In addition to that, in a number of cases, they also sell newspapers and magazines. If you have a number of these activities, and if you offer them, then you become a multi-service center. The autonomous province of Trento has always been very eager to finance these stores, but we also have European provisions, and specifically Article 107 of the TFEU, which states that you cannot distort competition. So we need, through state aids, we need to focus on exceptions. First and foremost, the de minimis rule, whereby you can give 200,000 euros over 3 years to a store without breaking this provision. But this was a problem for Trentino because the public aid for each and every store was amounting to 9,000 euro. It was a flat rate, and that was a problem for those activities that would manage mountain stores of different kinds, some having reasonable economic outcome, and they would use this de minimis amount for the others. So this entailed a need to make a quality leap, which meant that these stores should be defined in terms of services of general economic interest. In that case, you have the possibility of benefiting from the exemption under European law to the de minimis rule. And here automatically you move from 200,000 to 500,000 euros.
Qui ho provato a sintetizzare in una pillola, in una singola diapositiva, uno dei temi più difficili della giuspubblicistica nazionale e della giuspubblicistica europea. Di fatto...
Well, basically these are economic activities which are carried out for public interest. They are connected with other economic activities and are characterized by the criteria of free access and universal access. One of the main characteristics is that these services are not provided appropriately if the market works on its own, because we have in this case what is called a market failure. And for this reason, the law provides for this condition. So after defining what these services of general economic interest are, we can explain how local and regional administrations have a certain level of freedom in defining what these SIEGs are. So the qualification can be questioned by the European Commission only because of a clear mistake. So, and here you can have a super de minimis condition or have compensations based on decision 21/2012. Now, I will explain how we proceeded in Brussels. First of all, we worked in collaboration with the Autonomous Province of Trento and with the Brussels office of Conf Cooperative. And then we examined the draft, and we designed a letter of presentation for the DG competition. And at the end of this process, we received the comfort letter by the DG competition, which helped us a lot. Well, I have to say that the period was 23 days, and the letter of the Commission said that at a first analysis, mountain shops had a genuine SGEI, but urged to respect certain conditions. And then the Commission urged us to consolidate our assessment on these shops based on appropriate studies. So, legal and practical implications of our operation. The contribution for single shops passed from 9,000 to 12,000 euros. The contribution for the settlement was raised to 22,000 euros, and then there was the recognition of the role played by the Trentino mountain shops. Now, in conclusion, a couple of insights about the possibility of replicating our experience. Usually, when you want to qualify services as SGEI, you have to start from the type of activity and not type of enterprise, because there may be certain characteristics and there are never a priori considerations. It is important to have a partnership between the sector of economy and the political sector, and it is also important to pay attention to the European legislation. So if you can do all these things, based on our experience, the results are positive and also very fast, because the European legislation has a specific attention for companies which carry out some specific social activities. Thank you. Thank you, Samuel.
Siamo molto concreti.
So, now we move from Trentino to Slovenia, from mountain shops to a very innovative social enterprise in the area of fashion with very interesting design. And this has an important impact
Anche in termini di awareness raising.
also in terms of awareness raising. Well, I spoke with Alenka earlier on. I would like to ask her information about the model, and she will tell us that making profit is not so bad, even for a social enterprise. And then please speak about the difficulties that you had to face. Thank you.
Hello. I'm here today with my friend Maya, who I run the company Smith to Meet with, and I'm very happy to talk here in front of you. So we are a social enterprise. We make and design things out of waste materials, and I also like to say that we are sort of amphibian creature. Because we are also an NGO, so we do a lot of awareness raising and activist work in fields of climate crisis, waste management, and other social and environmental issues. So yes, what is our business model like? What we would like to do, me and Maya and my colleagues from the organization, is to terminate our business model. So at the end, we are left with no waste, and we can go on with some other business model, and I will tell you at the end what that will be. It's all figured out already. Yes, I have a lot of pretty pictures. Yes, our aim is that at the end we have empty dumpsters and happy fish. The awareness raising part of our organization is to do exhibitions, to do things that are in the community, to connect people, to teach and have workshops at different education environments, in schools, in faculties, universities, and so on. This is an exhibition on marine litter, concretely on plastic waste in sea, that was exhibited this month at the gallery of the municipality of Ljubljana. So we make products that are made out of waste materials, for example, bags that are made from the truck tarp and advertising banners. But we do also a lot of different other products that are made from other waste materials. So what we do is that we take waste materials from companies, and then we make and design things that are then given forward by these same companies as business and promotional gifts. And this is one thing that is really supported by, for example, the municipality of Ljubljana, but also like companies that are already there with the ethical mindset of a social business. And what I would like to explain later a little bit more is how we, the social enterprises, can disseminate this mindset to the companies that are not in that mindset yet. So in Slovenia, because I'm the only representative of Slovenia here, a legal entity as, for example, NGO or for-profit company just declares itself as a social enterprise. And in Slovenia, we have about 260 social enterprises. and the social enterprise sector goes with Ministry of Economy. So as I said, we do B2B, we do B2C, and we do everything based on design. But our problem is that public procurement only works on paper in our country. This is quite a problem because we are not very competitive. And then, all the other regular companies have an advantage in that case. And also, for example, the state doesn't expect us to make profit. So when we make profit, there are no tax reductions, but we are basically punished for making profit because they say, you are here for to regulate some social and environmental issues. You are not here to make money. But yes, this is exactly why we are here. We want to make money so that more work can be done, on these fields. And we have a strong tradition of cooperatives in Slovenia, and it goes back to times of Yugoslavia and even further. But these cooperatives are not included yet into the social economy. So this is something else that has to be done also. So we are very keen to see the EU action plan in work, but we are now wondering how this action plan will be actually implemented locally. What kind of tools will be used? This is something, I'm not a policymaker, is not known to us, the social enterprises, yet. But it would be really appropriate and important that we social enterprises are part of these tools because, we can disseminate, as I said before, our ways of doing business to other companies, because now we live in the neoliberal system, and the question, I think, is not how we can make the social companies survive in this system, but how can we make other companies that are not social enterprises more like social enterprises. Yes, and this is what we can do. What social enterprises can do. I forgot totally on the pictures. Look at them. It's our bags. They're very nice. And things that we do that involve other designers also. But yes, what we can do is to use the networks. We can use the other companies. We can use the NGOs that we cooperate with. For example, last year we did a great thing with a number of other companies and NGOs in Slovenia. We won the referendum about the privatization of water. And this is one thing that social enterprises can do also. As a consequence of that referendum, now we don't have an authoritarian government anymore. So we have a government that is more in tune with our needs. So yes, more pictures. this is why we are here, and please use us and make connections with us and listen to us, trust us. We understand the problems of current times. We understand climate crisis. We understand vulnerable groups. We are the ones that you are here for the equality, for representations, for intersectionality. So yes, this is our aim. And when we are done with our activist work and with the preventing waste being made and dumped in the environment, me and Maya will have a super restaurant on the Adriatic Sea, and it will be called Empty Dumpsters, Happy Fish, and you are all welcome to come and have a meal with us, and also, of course, a glass of wine from Slovenia, which will be ethically produced.
Thank you, Alenka.
Thank you so much. And I think you'll have more activists and a few people who will visit this summer. We can talk about that later. But we are coming to a conclusion. Last but not least, I hope that Patrizia Toia, who had a super busy morning, and we are a bit in later, will be able to join us to give us a word of conclusion and a few remarks on the work she's been leading as president of the Social Economy Intergroup within the European Parliament, but also with a particular focus on the links between the social economy and research and technology innovation, particularly the EU-funded programs, and namely Horizon Europe. I don't know, Patrizia, if you can hear us. Or...
Sì, sento. Anche voi.
Fantastico.
Sì, vi chiedo scusa per questo collegamento un po' improvvisato.
I apologize for this connection, a rather strange connection also given the environment where I am, because I had a rather difficult day. I'm fine anyway.
Però vi ho seguito.
Well, I listened to you most of the time, and I listened to many interesting things, both in terms of notions, values, the role that ESS should have. And also this latest contribution was very interesting. And then I listened to the presentation about community legislation, so how to connect the European instruments with the situation in the various countries. And then I was very glad to listen to the experience that you had, just 23 days in order to have an answer from the EU. So you actually got the appropriate interpretation of what you said. So every contribution was very interesting. So today's event, as demonstrated, is very, very useful. It's not just a formal event, but it is a very useful one. And for that reason, I would like to thank Minister Orlando and his team, because they prepared this event in a very accurate way. Well, I will certainly take care of what you said, and as the latest speaker said, listen to us, work with us, and I will report to my colleagues all the information that I listened from you. So what is the Social Economy Intergroup? Well, It's an important group, especially at this time at a European level.
The intergroup in Parliament has been there for many years. I've always been part of the intergroup, and indeed, our task has been that of keeping the topic alive, shedding light on its urgency, both in good and bad times for the economy of Europe. And we did so also when the Commission was silent and the Council also. I remember a first report on social economy I drafted 10 to 12 years ago. The Commission at the time had organized a major event in Strasbourg on that. And then there was silence, but the intergroup continued working with Social Economy Europe. And indeed, we have joint efforts. Now, a wonderful plan has been prepared, and I say wonderful because it entails as many as 60 measures. Implementing 10 would suffice to achieve a lot already. And then I'm absolutely fond of the synergies that have been created. The DG Grow example of work goes in this line in order to recognize the specificities of social enterprises that can serve as a good business model. It can indicate a number of features in terms of focusing on people and employment before profit. Of course, we do not want to demonize profit, but people first, so to say. And then the enhancement of the individual, the importance of integrating workers in the labor market, and many other things. It is a part of the social economy. It does not only want to put a remedy to the damage caused by the capital market. It has its own features. Minister Orlando said so this morning. In all times, at all times, including difficult times, the social economy resists because it is there, deeply rooted in a community. It is made of people. And in addition to that, it is a transforming world which needs to be accompanied in terms of the digital development support and also fostering sustainability. We approve Lapodinsky report, Caldas report. So the report by the European Parliament are documents that have been discussed and approved. They are not directive, but they act as indications to the Commission. The Parliament supports a number of things. Now, the Commission will have the Council make a recommendation. It has been repeatedly mentioned this morning. The former presidency paved the way for that. I hope that the current presidency of the Czech Republic follows suit. I'm a bit less confident, I must say, in that respect. When we discussed the report last time, the presidency was not there, was not represented, but I'm optimistic. We will have them on board. So since all institutions are moving and acting, we must grasp the moment and the opportunity. I would like to offer a couple of additional observations, especially with reference to financial instruments. because the social economy entities can also benefit from the fundings. We talked about social platforms in terms of content, but you know that things not only need to be put on paper, but they have to be implemented. As is the case with a nice fabric, then you have to tailor a dress, going back to the previous contribution. So two things is what I would like to say. Let's ask the Commission to focus on training. This is the general request that we receive from all sectors. We have a problem about an issue with the training of the human capital today. So we need to devise forms that make it possible to have training also in this respect as a support measure, because there it is not only a technical skill that has to be acquired. You need to learn the spirit of cooperation, of social enterprises. If you do not have the spirit, then you might work anyway, but you are not going to thrive. And so training must be fostered, and that takes time and resources. That was the first point. The second point is that of grasping new opportunities. For instance, one of the provisions we passed on digital transition envisages that there are third entities, not for profit, which can be delegated the management of personal data by citizens within the framework of the social economy. This is a new field, and yet the entities that want to work in this field need to ask for support. Let's ask for projects and also for support. And then another suggestion that I would like to make, which is more in the political and institutional field, and of course you act as a trade union in that respect, I would like to reiterate what has been said about the role that by now has been acknowledged and recognized, but has to be, so to say, deployed. And others should also receive something. You must be given responsibility and be held accountable for that. This does not mean that the public hand delegates too much. It means recognizing and giving space to others. If public entities plan locally a number of things, they need not the social economy only as an implementer, but also as a co-decision maker. Of course, it is the public entity that will take and make the decision, but we need to co-plan. We need to think together about the way by which we should use resources. So you have to claim roles that make you protagonists in the decision-making process, in the planning process, and we will support you. I hope that Italy has achieved a lot in this respect, and then there are all the instruments to implement that. That is the bottom-up approach. I don't know whether it is only bottom-up or top-down. As a process, I know that you need to have a circular situation with both sides. Otherwise, you will have difficulties, and the local and regional level plays a fundamental role in this respect. Start from that level, but ask to sit at the same table of the decision makers at the higher levels as well. And then we will see how to have the partnership and how to cooperate. So this is the direction, the pathway that I see before my eyes. We are all co-chairs in the intergroup, and you must know that there you have someone that will be your interlocutor, and We will continue working with Social Economy Europe to organize a number of things. So the Parliament, the European Commission and Council certainly will be a source of inputs. And I'm very proud that Italy has organized this day. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Patrizia. I would like to thank all my panelists. So we are still late, but we managed not to accumulate an extra delay. Now the chair goes to Gianluca Salvatori, who will chair the panel, the thematic panel, Social Economy and Financial Instruments. Thank you.
Ancora uno sforzo per l'ultima sessione. Sarei tentato di aspettare 2 minuti per cominciare esattamente con un'ora di ritardo, ma ve lo risparmio. Cercheremo di essere, e questa è una raccomandazione che faccio ai colleghi seduti al tavolo.
So, here we are for the third panel. My recommendation to speakers here and also those connected remotely is to stick to the 8 minutes that are allotted to each speaker, because otherwise we are too late. The third session focuses on financial instruments at the service of social economy. And indeed, in the very spirit of this meeting, when we prepared for this panel with the other panelists, we said that we should focus on a number of recommendations in our contributions, meaning that our goal is that of highlighting a number of specificities which can be used for the drafting of the declaration to be presented and approved in October in Bologna, and also the recommendation that the Commission is preparing for the Council for 2023, because this is the meaning of this event today. We need to identify what needs to be reinforced in the action plan, and we must also pinpoint what has not been sufficiently voiced there and what needs to be further developed. We know that the Luxembourg Declaration proved fundamental and essential in order to obtain the action plan, and here we have it. So the goal of those joining the Luxembourg Declaration now has to be that of working further in order for the action plan to be really feasible and really usable by the government organizations to make room for social economy. I will briefly introduce the topic.
Un'osservazione ovvia.
The first remark is obvious. The social economy needs to be financed and funded. It is made up of entities that are enterprises, and it is therefore obvious that it must have financial instruments, as is the case with all other undertakings. The reason why we talk about it is that today there is a need to account for a more complex framework in terms of needs, which means that the traditional way by which the social economy received resources in the past, which was self-financing and public finances, now no longer suffices to meet the demand on the part of social economy enterprises due to the complex tasks in social housing and also in the environmental sector or health care. There you need to make more investments because the demand has become more complex. And this is the reason why we talk about financial instruments. Second observation, today, when you read newspapers and listen to debates on the media, you have the impression that international financing looks for possibilities to invest in areas where there are also social activities. So international finance is no longer keeping apart from the social dimension. It is more interested in social economy out of several reasons. One being the fact that it wants to improve its credibility and reputation after the 2008 crisis, which was a disaster in terms of credibility as well. And then the second reason is the fact of the need to look for more opportunities, which means that finance looks at the social economy with more interest than in the past. Third step, because you would say no problem, on the one hand more demand, on the other more supply. you will have a spontaneous matching of demand and supply of resources. But unfortunately, we know that this does not happen. And this is the reason why we need to talk about these things. The matching, the bringing together of demand and supply of financial resources is as complicated as it was in the past, despite the availability of financial resources. Because on the one hand, there is a demand for instruments which can interpret and serve the flexibility of social economy enterprises while respecting their own specificity, which is the primacy of people over capital and profit. On the other hand, there is the priority of having a return on the investment and compensating for the risk, which remain key in financing, which means that we have a mismatch which is structural. Vis-à-vis this mismatch, we cannot ask the social economy organizations, as sometimes is done, to use instruments and mechanisms which have been conceived for different organizations, which are for-profit organizations. You can't ask the entity to adapt and adjust to another category. You need new tools, new instruments, also in order to educate and convince the financial operators to acknowledge the specificity of the social economy. Therefore, the topic is not so much access to finance, as we sometimes read in documents and also in the action plan. The topic is the way by which access takes place, what mechanisms are deployed, what specificities are there, what mechanisms actually take into full account the uniqueness of this sector. I will conclude by saying that vis-à-vis this topic, what we would expect from the Bologna Declaration and the recommendation is that the topic of specific instruments is analyzed in further depth. I will provide you very briefly with 6 examples that indicate the directions where we need to have more detailed instruments because the action plan is not sufficient in this respect. And we need more guarantee funds, and this goes for public and private funds as well. A number of experiences have been made over the course of the years that can serve as a source of inspiration, but for sure, access to credit today finds a hurdle in terms of the guarantees that these organizations can provide, and that is to counter that is a priority. Then you need also a system that provides also a way in terms of taxation to provide for future needs in terms of the funds that you can put aside. And I think also of past actions in that respect pertaining to Italy and other countries, but this has not become a European standard yet. It has not become part of the language we all speak, nor is it an instrument that the Commission normally promotes. There is a third aspect, which is that of identifying instruments to foster the participatory approach of the system. And investors are also citizens, are also users in a number of respects. We did not analyze into depth the capitalization aspect in relation to these categories in terms of equity crowdfunding, which should be the approach. The fourth aspect is the following. You would expect to have a different treatment in terms of considering the investment as a long-term capital investment. A long-term investor who does not want to have an exit after 5 years should be rewarded in terms of having a premium or a tax benefit or anything else. So patients should be given an economic value as well. Then the last two aspects, and this is again an aspect which is mentioned in the action plan, but not sufficiently. And I'm referring to the aspect of bringing together repayable investment instruments and non-repayable grants, meaning that you will have market actors working with charity operators. And we know that today there is a whole series of hurdles and obstacles for charity, meaning that also in this market of free circulation, there are still obstacles for charity actions. Intra-European charity today finds obstacles in the national rules, nor is it favored by the European Commission, which does not devote special attention to it. So this has to be solved as well. The last point is the definition of indicators and indexes for impact assessment, which is something that we talk extensively about. Sometimes we neglect the topic. Sometimes we do not have a balanced approach to this. So I would say that in the declaration, one point should be mentioned. That is that the interests and values of the recipients, which are assessed, be taken into account in the same way that interests and values and regulations of investors are. It is not always the case. And sometimes we know that confusion exists in terms of the proportionality that has to be there and in the balancing of the different interests at stake. This marks the end of my presentation, and I give the floor to the panel.
Che vedete indicato nell'agenda c'è una piccola.
So we have a slight change because I would like to start with Dana Verbal, who represents the Commission, DG Employment. She works in the unit for social and inclusive entrepreneurship.
Questo è il telecomando. A te la parola.
So this is the pointer. 7-8 minutes.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to be here. It's a very interesting debate for us, all the sessions that happened here today. And as my director mentioned this morning, we are really going to use this feedback to prepare the Council recommendation, which is planned for next year. And including the feedback that I'm gathering already from this panel, this will be very useful to prepare the recommendation. And what we have in mind is to have really a bold recommendation with teeth. So this kind of ideas on how to improve access to finance through fiscal incentives, through financial instruments, they are very welcome. As mentioned by Luca, I work in a unit that deals with social and inclusive entrepreneurship, and in particular with access to finance for social enterprises. And this topic of access to finance is treated quite at length in the Social Economy Action Plan. But actually, we have been doing this already since 2014. So in the previous programming period under the Employment and Social Innovation Program, we have already launched financial instruments at EU level, and also we have used grants and advisory support. So what you see on the slide, these are the actions that we have already launched, what is already available. But we realize that actually they are not that well known. They have had an important impact. I don't think it's essential for them to be well known among the general public, but it's important that they are well known, especially to financial intermediaries, because they are the target of our instruments. That's because at EU level, we cannot really go directly with funding towards the social enterprise. We need to operate through intermediaries. So I just wanted to recall the fact that these instruments exist. So we have, for example, put in place a guarantee scheme that exists since 2015, and that enables access to loans for social enterprises. The guarantee took a little bit of time to take up. It wasn't successful since the beginning, but now it is present in almost all EU countries. There are intermediaries in almost all countries. It is important to bear in mind that these are instruments implemented from the EU level, so through we use as an implementing body the European Investment Fund, and they are demand-driven. So what happens in reality is that if a country doesn't have a developed social finance ecosystem, then it probably doesn't have intermediaries that are aware of the social economy. So therefore, it will be harder for that territory to benefit from these opportunities. And we realized that quite soon that it's not important just to make financing available to have a guarantee in place, but it's important to ensure that you have intermediaries who are aware of the social economy and that are interested in applying to this guarantee. The guarantee provides an incentive because the intermediary doesn't need to take all the risk of investments. But at the same time, it's still not that easy to convince intermediaries that this is something that they could do. There is still a lot of perceived risk that social enterprises will not be profitable. So there is a lot of training that needs to be done just to explain what a social enterprise is, what are their specific needs, the fact that indeed they will have to reinvest most of their profits. So if you are an investor, that leaves you with not a very big financial return. But if you are committed to social impact, then you are quite easily able to ensure that you will give a loan that doesn't default. So actually, our experience shows that we don't have that many defaults on the loans on which we provide the guarantee. And in addition to the guarantee, we have also launched other types of financial instruments. I don't want to go through all the details, but we have, for example, capacity building instruments. These are equity investments in financial intermediaries in order to build their capacity to work with microfinance and with social enterprises. We also have a funded instrument, which is more recent, that provides liquidity. This is in particular targeted to the non-bank actors, so those who don't have liquidity at their disposal, and this enables them to extend more loans to social enterprises. And we are also financing investments into social enterprises. And Gianluca spoke about the need to combine grants with loans, and we have been doing that as well. For example, in relation to this last financial instruments, which is about equity, so investments in social enterprises, when we were designing this instrument, we were told, well, if you want an equity fund that invests small tickets, so small to investors is anything below 500,000 euros, then it is very hard for this equity fund to work in practice. It will have extremely high transaction costs. And that's why we put in place a grant scheme, which is called exactly transaction cost support for equity investments, where we give a little co-financing to those intermediaries that are in the process of launching an equity fund or quasi-equity fund to support social enterprises. But again, these grants too, they are in a way demand-driven, so we implement them at EU level, And we see that many of the beneficiaries of these grants come from France, from Italy, from Spain, and a bit more rarely from Central and Eastern Europe or other countries where social finance is not that developed. And what we see that is missing in these countries, and the reason why they maybe cannot benefit so much, is not just the fact that the tradition hasn't been there for so long in terms of having legal and policy frameworks for the social economy, but indeed also the intermediaries are not aware of the social economy, and there aren't enough representative networks of the social economy. And in fact, one of the main recommendations I feel to pass here today is that it is great to develop financial instruments for the social economy, but we have to have in mind the whole social finance ecosystem. So meaning not just providing the instruments, but training the intermediaries and ensuring that there is also a demand for finance. So that, because we have also had this situation in a few countries, I think Belgium is a country where the supply exceeds the demand. Maybe also Portugal nowadays, there are many opportunities in Portugal. And it's important to have social enterprises or social economy organizations. They don't necessarily need to have a particular legal form, but they need to be trained to be ready to receive investments. And actually, one last point I wanted to make is that, as I said, all these instruments are demand-driven, but member states have in their hands also national funding, and they have the European Social Fund, the European Regional Development Fund that they can use to set up financial instruments for the social economy. There are already from the previous programming period some successful cases. In particular, Portugal, I mentioned the Portugal Social Innovation that has launched financial instruments, and in a very smart way, accompanied also by advisory support. There are also some experiences in Germany. Bulgaria has financial instruments for guarantees for microfinance and social enterprises. And what is interesting is that at EU level, we have what you see on the last row of the slide, the FI Compass. This is a support platform for managing authorities that want to use structural funds to launch financial instruments for the social economy. And I stop here because I'm told I'm running out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dana, for this very comprehensive explication of the instruments put in place by the European Commission. Now it's the turn by our colleagues to give you some inputs on the work that you have to do for the recommendation for next year. E quindi la parola adesso passa a Gabriele Sepio, segretario generale di Tertius, amministratore di Fondazione Italia Sociale, membro del comitato scientifico del Ministero che sta curando questi eventi e diverse altre cose che al momento non ricordo, quindi a te la parola.
So the floor to you.
Grazie anche al Ministero del Lavoro.
Thank you, Gianluca. Many thanks to the Ministry of Labour and all those who have worked on this initiative. And as Gianluca said at the beginning, the objective of this meeting is to explore what is lacking and put forward proposals. Now, in my short presentation, I will speak about the fiscal system. The fiscal system can be an opportunity, but if it is not accurately regulated, it can be an obstacle to the development of social economy entities. Now, in order to develop social economy, you have to take into consideration the diversity, the variety of the various entities, and the fact that it is impossible to transfer a fiscal system which is designed for the market. So we have to have a fiscal system based on common rules in order to favor social economy entities. a fiscal system which can target new resources to support the economy and the actions of the states. And it can promote investments in social economy and promote inclusive and innovative models. Currently, we need to remove some obstacles which so far have not allowed us to develop the potentials of the fiscal system. So we have to unleash resources coming from the fiscal system. The fragmentation and heterogeneity of legal systems of the various countries. We lack a definition of the fiscal system. So for various countries, there has been the need to start independent tables of negotiations with the Commission, as Italy has been doing. So we need to start from the needs. And fiscal rules, if adopted by each state, can positively contribute to the social economy. So it is necessary to build a shared picture in the area of state aids. So we need a permanent negotiating table, and we need to share the many procedures, violation procedures started by the Commission. So the different fiscal treatment has so far been an obstacle to many systems and many social economy entities. So we should try to identify the entities of social economy based on the various fiscal rules. And then the second point relates to the identification of the fiscal systems which are applied and which should consider also the rules on state aids. And then the need to share the fiscal system with the market and understand how the fiscal system can become a vehicle to stimulate the social economy. I'll go very fast, says the speaker, who is reading a text which has not been given to the interpreters. So, fiscal system, the identification of the organisms of the fiscal system. Fiscal system can become an important instrument of finance. And as Minister Orlando said this morning, it's not important only what you do, but how you do things. So, of course, we will have to consider the biodiversity of the various entities of social economy. Biodiversity is a wealth, and it allows to develop some objectives. On the one hand, to identify appropriate fiscal advantages in line with the types of revenues, and then to create uniform fiscal rules so that social economy entities can interact among themselves and then favor the growth in size and quality of the various operational models. And then we have to start from one basis. Not all the social economy entities have a corporate identity, so we don't have just companies, but we have other types of entities. So it's important to consider this issue. And so we need to have appropriate fiscal systems for those entities which are smaller, which are associations, and which provide proximity services and which play a very important role in social terms. They are historically present in Italy, and that's why Italy has some ad hoc measures for these entities. And these elements have not been mapped, and they carry out activities and services which are not targeted to the production of revenues or profits, and they are organized in order to implement activities without profits. They nevertheless have an impact on economic development, and they can also partially carry out commercial activities. And for all these reasons, the rules on state aids are not applied to these entities. So, in general terms, it is possible to identify social economy entities and subdivide them into social enterprises and then entities which can partially carry out economically relevant activities, and entities which are not companies and which carry out their activities also based on charity. And then second important aspect, to have ad hoc fiscal systems with the possibility of revising and updating rules starting from those related to state aids. I'll just make an example with reference to the effects that proposals can have with reference to VAT. In particular, the time has come to update the VAT regulation of 2006. The fiscal system is not something which should remain unchanged, and we should refer also to the fact that the entity is carrying out general interest services. Two examples just to understand this need. On the one hand, the need to apply VAT rules to small entities which carry out services for their members and exclude them from VAT. And then to clarify once and for all what is the reference framework for the application of VAT exemption, especially with reference to the legal requirements. And here I would like to make reference to the need to apply exemption for those entities which have had a very important role during the pandemic. And then
the third point is the relevance of the taxation system to incentivize the relationship between market and third sector. There are important examples, a number of them in Italy. One pertains to the possibility for businesses to transfer the skills of their workers to the third sector companies and deduct that from the taxation. And there are also a number of exemption rules in terms of goods and services. So this means that you can achieve a lot if taxation is used properly as an instrument for future development. Thank you very much. Well, thank you, Gabriele Seppio. You have been very informative and concrete, and we will then voice this to the upper level, so to say.
Development of the group of social enterprise Etencel, I believe, Czech Republic. So, Katrina, are you online?
Hello.
Hello. We can't see you, but maybe we have to shift something. Can you please show us, Katerina?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Here we are. Hi.
It's better.
The floor is your.
And I try to share again the presentation. I tried to have a short presentation, so I tried to introduce myself and our social enterprise. I present a social part of our business, because we have two important people. Someone take a social part and someone take a business part, and I like introduce my team, which is combined by a social worker, a team leader, and people which has direct support of the people with the disabilities. In the first slide, you can see the náš best employee Jarda, and the places behind him is our first bistro and cafe bistro at Prague. So I introduced a group of social enterprises at Ansel. At Ansel is a group of social enterprises which is given work to most 200 people with disabilities. Mainly it's mentally ill or the physically disabled. We run a coffee roastery, craft bakery, and I said the bistros, which is 12 now, and 6 teams, which is cleaning public spaces for municipalities. We hold the EY Social Entrepreneur of the Year of 2018 award in the Czech Republic, and this year we got a Social Innovation Award from Association of Social Services. Among social enterprises, we belong to progressive and transitional enterprises. So it means that we are still losing the best employees, which can we put it on the open labor market. So I see the necessary to the financial instrument for this type of social enterprises, which is some type of reward or social success fee of for this impact of social enterprise. In the Czech Republic, and I want to introduce in Czech Republic a situation which is where is a higher dozen of businesses which do hospitality and accommodation, food production, sale, gardening and cleaning work. It's place to mainly employ the people with disabilities, because we have special term, or not so special, but it's not in every EU states. It's a sheltered labor market, which is financed by state, and they operate by wages to people which is on the sheltered labor market. In this graph, you can see how many people and what types of people you can see at the social enterprises in Czech Republic. The main higher column, you can see people with disabilities, because there is share financing from the social enterprises. For the another targeted groups, which are in the right side of the graph, it's unstable financing support. So there is a lower number of these people, and so it is fixed to grants, which is termed, and it's worst for the NGOs and social enterprises which take part with this people, with these targeted groups. I really like to describe the existing financial instruments in the Czech Republic. There is a continuous support from sheltered labor market, which I said. So it means that we have supporting for the wages of the people with the disabilities, and part of wages of people with they work with them. So there is to mostly use it parts of this direct financing of this type. Another is the development support and disposable support by cohesion funds, and I said about it, but it's a long, short term and one-way ticket, I think. We started many cafes and many part of our business by EU funds, but it's hard to find a tipping point of situation where is really business and where is this just trying to catch the enterprise. And the last one is Czech Development Bank operates operational and investing loans, but it's really hard to got it. I tried by half a year, and I still not in the end of this journey. Social entrepreneurs in Czech Republic, current status. I'm a part of work group of ministry, and we are preparing our third attempt to create legislation of the social enterprise in the end of this year, and I hope that it will be nice, and it will be, because we don't have any frame which we can use it for definition, and just change it just change every time which a new program terms started. The proposal will include the following financial instruments. One will be direct. It will be financial support for psychosocial support for SE employees, which mainly now supported from social services, and there are some part of combine these two types of financial supporting in Czech Republic. Some indirect financial tools. Will be the most part will be a dedicated public procurement, which we are tried to fix it in some level for the public services, and they will have to realize the procurement for the social services. Another is the discount on social and health insurance, and discount on income tax or real estate tax relief. transfer futures. It's my last slide, and I really like identify the great fragility of social entrepreneurship in Czech Republic, because it's really overlapped with the sheltered labor market, where only people with disabilities are supported. In the different targeted group, it's not so developed with the social enterprises like this, the huge targeted group, which is in Czech Republic 500,000 people, and we still are waiting for some types of continuous type of support of this. So we have two challenges, is to push for more targeted groups to involved through a direct wage support. And the second one is the setting public support of financial tools on the European common market. I think it's someone from the panelists speak about it, and I really hope to see alike will be in the next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Caterina, grazie. Purtroppo le slide non...
Unfortunately, the slides were not always matching the speech, but you certainly understood that the experience presented by Caterina focused on public support in terms of transfers for sheltered employment using both national and European funds, and a series of mechanisms in terms of fiscal instruments which give tax credits, for instance, in order to save and in order to have economic feasibility. Now we have another online contribution by Thomas Solbach, who is the Deputy Director General for Social Entrepreneurship of the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action in Germany.
Thomas, can I give you the floor? Yes, we can see you.
Yes, so thank you. I hope you can hear me as well. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine, yeah. So dear Mr. Salvatori, dear Mrs. Broscia, Mrs. Verbal, Mr. De Marco, Mr. Sepio, so thank you very much for the invitation. I'm not present in Trento, in the beautiful city of Trento. I regret very much. I'm sorry to attend this meeting virtually. Germany is for the first time participant in this round, so I'm especially happy to be part of the panel. I represent the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action in Berlin. Within the entirety of the social economy, our focus lies on one specific group, social enterprises. And the social economy has always had a rather particular structure in Germany. For long, it has been dominated by large welfare organizations, but times are changing. So in the past, those large welfare organizations, their activities have been reimbursed by public institutions according to fixed rates. On top, they are to some extent directly financed by the German Ministry of Family Affairs. So financing for the social economy was secure, if rather inflexible. But yet, as I said, the system is changing. Over the last decade, new organizations have been founded that seek to address the societal challenges in new and innovative ways. These new actors tend to be more business-like and tackle a broader set of societal issues such as climate change, environmental conservation, or education for disadvantaged groups. And being active in the fields and not being part of the traditional welfare system comes with a lot of challenges for social enterprises. They need to find customers for their products. Their products frequently do not fit into the categories established by the German social system, and gaining access to procurement public tenders tends to be quite hard. The market does not completely incorporate the value for society that their economic activities provide. And this is even more problematic given that a lot of these young and fast-growing social enterprises have similar needs as other young businesses. Capital is needed. We're talking about finance. Capital is needed to finance innovation and to facilitate growth. We, as the Ministry for Economic Affairs, are eager to support these enterprises and are currently devising a national strategy aimed at fostering social entrepreneurship in Germany. That is important. We are working on such a national strategy. We already have set up several funds to facilitate the growth of young business. Those funds do not address social enterprises specifically, but all of the funds have invested in some of them. That's important. But we acknowledge the needs for financial instruments that are tailored to the needs of social enterprises. And Germany is currently in the first steps of developing a financial instrument purposely for this aim. So we have a specific financial instrument which is aiming at social enterprises. That is certainly important to know. Almost all of our existing instruments tend to provide equity pari passu with other investors. Investors and these instruments expect a certain return, something most social enterprises cannot and should not offer. Financial instruments for social enterprises should be able to mobilize private investments, but also give the social enterprises the patient capital they need to prosper. Hence, we need to think carefully about things such as asymmetric distribution of gains and losses, or combination of grants and loans and equity injections. We are happy that these topics are also mentioned by the European Commission in the action plan for the social economy. Yet, there are only very limited exemptions for the social economy with regard to state aid. Larger exemptions would make the setup of financial instruments easier and could mobilize private investments and push the social economy in Europe forward. So we urge the European Commission to look into this issue. And so I'm happy that the Commission is present as well today. And we would very much welcome certain steps taken by the EU Commission to make the system a little bit more flexible in view of social enterprises. So thank you very much, and I'm very happy to attend this meeting. Thank you.
Grazie Thomas Solbach.
Many thanks to Thomas Solbach. And this system, as Dana said at the beginning, is a framework where various instruments should work together. It's both public incentive systems, but also private systems, based on this notion of a financial ecosystem, which should not be based on specific elements, but on a combination of systems. So different measures and different instruments which can be more flexible. Now the floor to Mr. Nicola Cabria, Chief Operating Officer of Human Foundation, an organization that deals with impact assessment, investment, and so we expect some indications from him. Nicola, the floor to you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm sorry that I could not be present this morning because I was together with Desmond Gardner, where we spoke about an outcome refugee fund that we're trying to implement in Europe. Well, I just have 8 minutes available. So very briefly, a foundation is set up with the mission of spreading impact investing in Italy and abroad. In 2019, when Regulation 2088 was published, we thought that something would change, and actually some things changed because in 2015, 16, and 17, funds were made available for about 30 million. Since 2019, we have funds as high as €500,000 for SGEI activities. Well, I would say that 95% of these funds go to benefit companies or organizations that we call second sector organizations in Italy, and which are characterized by other conditions. Well, the action plan says that we should make reference to social taxonomy. Well, we studied environmental taxonomy. We know that social taxonomy has come to the second graph, but that taxonomy does not include the complexity of the third sector entities. It is an instrument which cannot provide for the activities actually carried out by third sector entities. So to use social taxonomy coming from that work would be a great mistake. So the first real proposal, the first tangible proposal, is that we need a specific taxonomy for third sector organizations. That's what we need. Because if we make reference to the social taxonomy, well, the match is lost.
Dal punto di vista del che cosa rischiamo di perdere.
So if we do not activate such a process, we run the risk of missing and losing all the qualities of the third sector. Third sector entities are the last organizations in this country and in other countries in Europe which can mobilize the civil society. So this capacity, if it is lost, well, it would be very difficult to recover it. So we should recall that third sector entities in the past 20 years have been a barrier to social problems and to social crises, and they did that based on limited information about the results that they achieved. So how can we contribute more resources to the third sector? Well, we used the assessment of capacity building.
L'attenzione dovrebbe essere posta sul livello degli outcome.
And of course, we should look at outcomes, the social changes that third sector entities can actually produce. If we concentrate on outputs, which are measures within the framework of SFDR, well, the match with the second sector will be lost because they can pay human resources more and they have greater managerial skills.
L'action plan for social economy.
In terms of the action plan for social economy, they say, let's build a new model of assessment of social impact. Another one, well, impact management project, which realized the project, including OECD, UN, and 2,000 international practitioners, built a model which is pretty shared. So let's start from that. Let us not create a new model because that model will be ready in 4 years or 5 years. So let's use the model which is already present. What would be the worst scenario without the component of the impact assessment, or what can we do? Well, we should actually give a value to results. By means of financial proxies, we should attribute a value to these results. I'm saying that you can finance the third sector also by enhancing the intangible dimensions and benefits produced by the third sector. And then I would propose to have partnerships targeted to outcomes. In other countries, this has been done. In France, there is an example of this. And I think that this could be a way for the third sector, for the Italian third sector, to collect financial resources and make them available to the various entities. Well, to do so, you need a mix of resources. The public, of course, remains a partner, and then donors, as you said earlier, with a new model of a strategic approach to philanthropy actors in Italy and in Europe, and then also investments. However, well, earlier on we spoke about funds. Well, pension funds were the resources that we called patient funds, but pension funds all invested within the framework of the SFDR. So either we recover those capitals and target them to the third sector, or they will be gone to another market. In conclusion, the choice to make is to support the third sector by means of new instruments, and not by using what is coming out from the social taxonomy, but by requiring ad hoc instruments. Otherwise, the risk is there to lose the values and the results of the third sector in this country and also in other countries. Thank you.
Grazie, Nicola.
Many thanks, Nicola, for your realism. You recall that there is no one size for all. So the idea of the taxonomy and its application to the European social economy requires many, many reflections. Now we have a final contribution by Fin Lombardas, Laura Savini, who will share with us an experience carried out in the past months. I don't know exactly when. She will tell us. Laura, the floor to you. Well, good afternoon, and many thanks to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to share my experience, our experience. Well, it's a project financed by the platform of technical assistance, that is the e-Compass of the European Commission, with the involvement of the BEI, and Region Lombardy was involved together with other regions in Europe. The objective was to find appropriate instruments for social economy, in particular innovative financial instruments able to promote the market in compliance with the rules of state aids and also with the possibility of using structural funds. And then social impact assessment, and then another objective was that of increasing the skills and experiences of public bodies, because we know that we need a different paradigm also in the public administration. And we know that there are social needs, requirements which are new, which are unexpected, where the public sector is not very able to provide a timely response. So also the public requires new models of services and in order to have a greater impact, also given the same resources. And also the need to use the public lever to attract private capital. So this is the topic. On the other hand, there are social organizations which can contribute to social innovation, but which do not have ad hoc financial instruments. And private investors, risk capital, works with a different type of approach. Although, as already mentioned by Gianluca at the beginning, and we saw that, we experienced that, well, there is a growth of social impact investments. So social investors who intentionally finance social economy activities with a focus on profitability, of course, but also with a focus on social issues. So they include also drivers related to the social impact. And here we go back to the issue of impact assessment. We saw that many investors have developed their own proprietary methodologies. And then there is the need to be up to the new expectations. So sometimes investors do not find the appropriate projects where to invest. So we identified also the need to intervene in terms of demand in order to strengthen the skills and competencies of social economy actors. Well, there are in Lombardy actors which are more mature and which can acquire that type of capital. And so we thought about processes of shared learning together with investors and public partners. And at the same time, we developed some financial instruments which could lower the risk of investors. It's by means of guarantee funds or outcome funds. Another type of instruments that we analyzed and which is very interesting for us is result-based investments, which correlate financial resources with the reaching of an outcome which has been agreed upstream with the actors and which has to be validated. So there are three main actors, that is the client, and social enterprises, which have to implement the plan, and investors, which take up the risk related to the failed implementation of that project. So this type of instrument, which was implemented in Portugal, and by the way, we worked a lot with Portugal, but we also know that this instrument has been used in other countries. Well, this instrument can be used by the public because it encourages approaches which are based on evidence and on the measurement of the impact. Well, these are very complex instruments. The architecture is not easy. And what we saw is that you have to be very strict, but at the same time very pragmatic, because these instruments have to be adapted to the context, to the current legislation, and then each country has its own version. So in my opinion, that can be a platform for the public administration to test innovative solutions in a controlled environment. And if they work, they can be extended to mainstream social policies. And they certainly offer a convergence of interests for all the actors. Of course, you have to involve socially oriented investors. And where these mechanisms have been implemented, well, they involved charity or philanthropy investors. And they can recover the money invested, and they can put that money again in the system to finance other projects. So we think that this model should be tested in Italy.
Delle attuazioni, però sperimentato, quindi ci vuole un contesto che faciliti questo tipo di sperimentazione.
We need to have a context which facilitates this type of experiment and practicing, which would also entail an alternative financing approach. Now, I'm approaching my conclusions. First and foremost, you must know that I have oversimplified a series of principles that have been translated into a guide which is available and which is thought for public entities that want to understand more about these financial instruments and deploy them. And it is a very practical approach that we propose in the guide. What you have to do to use these instruments, what are the reflections behind, and so on and so forth. So in very practical terms, what we would like to have is to share practices. It seems to us that in the new planning programming period of the European Social Fund entails changes at the level of rules and regulations that actually make room for the initiatives we're talking about. Then we should also, of course, work in a systemic way with all stakeholders. I think that I have shared with you the essential elements, and I conclude here. Thank you very much. Well, thank you. Thank you, Laura, for this interesting contribution. Your inputs are very interesting. This would pave the way for a fourth session, which is not on the agenda, though. And yet, we must say that we should also extend our reflections to the public procurement tools and shared administration approaches. This is something that I would say is worth investigating before October, because there are two ways you can organize relations between social enterprises and public administrations to see how they can coexist, influence each other, work hand in hand, compete even. So these are things that we have not reflected upon, not yet, but it is worth doing it. We have concluded our session a bit earlier than we thought. So if there are observations and comments, I would open the floor to the interactive session. Since we are late, but we have not used up the time dedicated to this panel session. You have 10 seconds. He's doing the countdown. 10, 9, 8. Done, then. Thank you very much. We call it a session, so to say.
Allora, proviamo un po' a tirare.
Let's try and draw conclusions and re-examine what we discussed about today in a very fruitful way, I would say. The very intent of my speech
L'ordinamento giuridico italiano
would like to link the Italian situation in relation to the legal situation and the third sector and the outcomes of the three thematic panels. In the morning, we were given a snapshot of the third sector in Italy with a very high number of organizations, 1/3 of them being part of a public registration system with approximately 860,000 employees and 5 million volunteers. Another very interesting figure is the presence, the widespread presence on the territory, because we talk about 61 organizations every 10,000 inhabitants, which means that quantity is present, so to say. There is a quantity, there is a phenomenon, there is a very thorough presence which guarantees proximity to the community and to its needs. And we have the capability on the part of the social enterprises to employ statistical data, also evidenced that this capacity has grown, going against the prevailing trend during the periods of economic crisis, because the social economy was growing while all the rest was not. Another interesting aspect is that of the multi-sector dimension, in that the entities of the third sector, going back to the social taxonomy highlighted in the third panel, take a very important space. It includes healthcare services, sports services, culture, recreational activities, the reception of migrants, working with the people with disabilities, and so on and so forth. So we have as many as 26 activities of general interest, which make up the core of the activities performed by the companies of the third sector. And this needed to be regulated. Indeed, regulation was there also earlier, but the approach has changed with a more systematic approach. In the past, actions were taken, or rather decisions and rather approaches at legislation level were focused on one specific sector and not the entire sector, but a subgroup, so to say. And then we have the civil code, which is applicable, the administrative code, which is applicable, and that regulates the relation between the third sector and public administration. We also have the tax laws and rules. So the legal framework is context, and it is also thorough, so much so that today we can state that there is a third sector law system. Based on this legal system, which is structured and organized, there is a clear-cut identification of the entities that belong or do not belong to the third sector, which is an equally important aspect. We also find it in terms of recommendation in the recent action plan. So what is the philosophy behind this? We can define it as a promotional regulatory effort, in that the code of the third sector and social enterprises wants to create the legal preconditions so that the organizations of the third sector can grow in terms of their organizational capabilities, in terms of their capability to implement activities of general interest. Being it so, and since the Italian law focused on the support aspect, we need to define the actors of the social economy or third sector. The logic followed by the code of the third sector is inclusive, meaning that the essential elements are identified for an organization to be defined as belonging to the third sector, not-for-profit organization, the fact of performing economic activities of general interest, and then the fact that it is not a public body but a private one, the pursuing of civic solidarity or socially useful activities. And then also the way by which this is done is defined in terms of having an entrepreneurial approach and the provision of goods or services, and also voluntary work. This is an inclusive approach. Within this context, we will be able to include not only all the current organizational forms, that is, social enterprises, social cooperatives, foundations, in the social sector, and mutual aid organizations, and so on and so forth. But in addition to that, you can also include in the third sector a number of non-typical organizational forms which do not meet any of the previous categories. This is also serves as a guarantee for the future, in that in 2022 until today, the social economy has produced these organizational forms, and in the future, new needs expressed by the communities will call for different and new responses in terms also of the organization of the enterprise working in the third sector. And with this new framework, we can also include them. We will be able to do so. The regulation of the phenomenon of the third sector is a delicate matter, in that you have to strike a balance between authority and freedom. You always need to protect the very fundamental right of belonging to an organization and setting up an organization in order to pursue a number of goals, and choosing the form, the status that you want to have, because you feel that that meets your needs at best. And indeed, one of the most characteristic features of the reform is that it establishes a number of binding rules which are there to safeguard the fundamental requirements for the third sector, while at the same time giving room for and making room for the autonomy and independence of organizations. This has been identified as one of the very features of the social economy sector in Italy, and not only there, which is the diversity of the organizations and diversity of the sectors in which they work. This sort of biodiversity needs to be protected. We need to safeguard it with a view to safeguarding autonomy and the freedom of organizations. Biodiversity also translates into countless small organizations which are deeply anchored in a community. And indeed, legislators also sought to limit the administrative burden as much as possible for them, because the efforts of those small organizations should go into the direction of serving the community, first and foremost. In order to be an entity of the third sector in Italy, you need to meet the requirements which were said. And you also have to be entered in the single register of the third sector, which means that we have a certification system in Italy. This is also something which is mentioned in the action plan from December 2021. You can be acknowledged and recognized as an entity of the third sector only if you are entered into the national registry, which resides with the Ministry for Economic Affairs and Labour. And it is a single registry out of several reasons. First and foremost, because there is one portal only to upload all information, and it is the code of the third sector that establishes the rules which have to be respected in order to enter into the third sector, remain there, and possibly also live it. This it was a very important novelty that was introduced with the reform. The other objective being equal treatment for all entities of the third sector in order to safeguard their autonomy. The uniqueness of the registration system is accompanied by another feature, which is that it is free to access, meaning that all citizens, and this will soon be possible, and I'm referring to the portal and the registry. So each and every citizen will have the possibility to gain access to the registry in order to acquire the fundamental information about an entity, the goals pursued, the activities performed, the governance body, who is a member of that, then the balance sheet, the social balance, and results of fundraising activity, and so on and so forth. All this information must be entered into the digital system and will be made available freely so that these entities can be made visible and approachable by all citizens. We can state, therefore, that the entities of the social economy are clear-cut legal bodies with specific features which distinguish them from the for-profit organizations and also all the other not-for-profit organizations which are present in our legal system, which means that they deserve a special attention and protection on the part of the legislator. One key element of the reform was that of considering the entities of the social sector as entities that serve the general interest. We have already talked about the relationship with the public authorities, and the first panel addressed actually this topic. You see, in addition to what has been said, we also need to consider that a third sector entity can enter into a dialogue on an equal footing with the public administration. And this is a revolution. This is really a revolution in relations with the public bodies. The second consequence, which is again a key element of the reform, is transparency. As we said, a number of obligations are set out for the bodies of the third sector. And so this is transparency. We are accustomed to associating transparency to public administration. But it is not so, not any longer, meaning that now transparency is also a key feature for the third sector. If I am financed and supported because I'm a third sector entity and I serve a general interest and I have a number of direct and indirect advantages. So if that happens, I need to give something back in terms of obligations that are met and in terms of making information available, which can make it possible for everyone to enter the registry and also see what that entity is, because you have that as a guarantee.
Verso il fine che la legge ha inteso perseguire. Se però guardiamo
Well, this transparency
una maggiore consapevolezza.
Also facilitates awareness, above all by citizens, because an informed citizen knows what that entity does, what that organization does, and they will be in a better place for deciding which entity to give their donation or decide to become member of an entity. And this, at the same time, for public administrations, it is fundamental to know what the entities are with which to develop certain types of collaboration. And then the final element is financial support. The social entity is also supported financially by means of public resources, mainly contributions, and by means of mobilizing private resources made available by the fiscal system, for example, deductions for those who give donations or those who invest, and tax reliefs, for example.
Se questo è il quadro,
well, given that picture, we, however, have to think about the consequences, and the most immediate consequence is that after the completion of the fiscal framework, well, now we have to think about the cultural challenges entailed, cultural challenges which will have an impact on the public administration, as recalled this morning, because the public administration will be called upon to develop a new way of having relations with the third sector entities. And at the same time, third sector entities will have to take up new responsibilities in terms of planning and in terms of the tangible organization of services and activities of general interest. And all the more so, this will have an impact on the relationship between third sector entities and public administration, citizens, and between third sector entities themselves. If we wanted to translate into a key concept the philosophy of the code for the third sector, well, that word is trust. So the aim is to create trust-based relations between the public administration and third sector entities in pursuing the general interest. And at the same time, this will create trust-based relations between citizens and third sector entities, because thanks to the availability of data and transparency of data, citizens will be able to know whatever they want about that type of organization. And at the same time, it will be possible to reinforce trust between third sector entities themselves, with a view to promoting synergies and shared activities in order to overcome obstacles, because sometimes third sector entities just look at their activities without looking at the repercussions or the fallout consequences that their activities can have on the territory. Well, it's a cultural process that has to be supported, and we, as Ministry of Labour, are developing these types of activities. And it is a cultural process which has to start from the bottom and has to start with training and education. Institutions, universities, for example, should be involved and should perhaps have training courses or the education courses for students who will be prepared for a social economy. And then what is needed is a methodology focused on two fundamental notions, institutional collaboration and social dialogue. Institutional collaboration means that, given our legislation, this function of promotion of the third sector, different levels of governance are involved, state level, regional level, and local level. And then, hence the need to
stretta interazione,
have a close interaction, and the need to be aware that we have this single system. And then the second idea is that of social dialogue. We should keep communication open with the representatives of the third sector, and
particolarmente utile.
This has been particularly useful during the drafting of the regulation, which is perfectly in line and compliant with the characteristics of the entities involved. So these processes certainly require more effort, more time, but it is certainly possible to achieve good results. And then a final note, one of the characteristics of the Italian third sector is represented by those 5 million people who are volunteers. And one of the principles of the reform is the protection of the role of volunteers, people who make available their time, their energy, and their skills without any financial aim. And they make all these things available to communities and people. So the contribution of volunteers is very significant. It's 5 million people.
Lo si è potuto riscontrare nell'emergenza.
During the pandemic, we certainly had the opportunity to feel the important contribution of volunteers, and the same applies to the situation of refugees welcomed to Italy because of the war in Ukraine.
Che ritroviamo in una delle prime sentenze dedicate sul tema del sociale ormai di 30 anni fa, dove ci ricorda
the Constitutional Court recalls that voluntary work is the most important expression of
per un calcolo utilitarista
service made available by the people who freely decide to provide services to people.
Dell'economia.
And people are at the center of social economy. Thank you.
Bene, grazie anche al direttore generale.
Many thanks to the Director General. I will not take away more time.
Si può dire che i soggetti dell'economia sociale, delle autonomie locali che si occupano di questo settore.
Well, certainly. We cannot say that the members of this sector are not resilient because 6 hours without any interruption, without any break, well,
è solo per cuori forti.
It's just for strong people. So certainly we are very resilient people. I would like to thank all those who are here with us, the speakers, our guests, and those connected with us online, starting from the representatives of the countries which are members of the Luxembourg Declaration. And then I would like to say to thank the countries which have not yet signed the Luxembourg Declaration. Hopefully their presence here will mean that their countries will become member of this committee.
Abbiamo iniziato il nostro
We started our work with this seminar, and we are in a very beautiful city, and we also let you share one of the main characteristics of Italy, that is the crisis of the government. Well, this is Italy. This is not discouraging us. Well, I'm being a bit ironical, also to lower possible tensions. Hopefully, this will not interrupt our work. We have to go on. The government departments and the local entities will continue to contribute to this work. And then, as you heard from the Director General,
di questi ultimi anni abbiamo cercato di mettere in campo
as you heard, we tried to implement a reform which should be a sort of a framework system, including the conditions for a new pathway. Well, as far as Italian characteristics are concerned, we are great reformers for the others. Everybody in Italy is a great reformer, but just for the others. Well, in these years, third sector partners have really worked a lot for themselves, and they have produced a reform.
Un protagonista in primo piano, essendo arrivato da ultimo.
Well, I was not one of the main players because I arrived pretty late, and my task today is to implement it, to finalize it, and we will do that in the next weeks and next months. Of course, the most difficult thing about a reform is not so much to draft it, but to implement it. As Gianluca Salvatori recalled, it's important to have a very close cooperation with the public administration, with the financial world, etc. So each of us will have to do their own part after the reform has been completed. And as I am the chairperson of this committee,
Descritto la riforma, quello che abbiamo voluto.
As Lombardi said, we have a reform which is an instrument
membri per la Commissione
made available to everybody, and we will have to consider what was said this morning. We need to have a common language. We need to have a European definition of social economy, which will have to create a connection between all the countries, respecting the differences, of course, of each country.
Di altro calibro rispetto al sottoscritto, per cui dobbiamo fare in modo di.
So we need to be flexible when creating this common language.
Ci si possa, diciamo, incamminare verso.
Trying, however, to go towards the United States of Europe, that is a European culture of social economy.
L'importanza della formazione sia di...
Well, training and education have been mentioned as important factors related to universities, managers, third sector partners, the public administration officers. Well, certainly
anche professionalità.
We need to promote this type of training and education, and we would like to
diciamo dalla dichiarazione
launch new ideas.
Diciamo
Well, at the beginning we had the publication of the action plan, and now we are finalizing the recommendations. So we would like to share proposals, for example, the idea of a European Academy, which should not be an entity doing the same things as other entities, but which should be a center for these activities, for the activities of social economy. I would like to conclude with
mi ha fatto tornare in mente che a metà degli anni 90 quando
this idea. Well, this morning I had an interview with a journalist, and during this interview, I thought about the situation of that we had in Italy in the 80s.
la rappresentanza in quel periodo,
We had a real crisis of representation, and we had political parties involved, and there was a demonstration where the slogan was solidarity is not luxury, and social economy is not luxury.
Siamo in un'economia di guerra.
Well, we are in a war economy. Of course, we are not really involved in the war, but there is a sort of a situation of a war economy. We are in a difficult situation.
Io invece penso dobbiamo fuggire.
Well, I think that we have to consider social economy as a means, as an instrument to build a fairer society
Si parla la lotta alle disuguaglianze.
where we can implement the green transition and reduce inequalities.
La persona al centro. Da ultimo,
And finally,
ringraziamento di carattere
of course, I would like to thank everybody on behalf of the Minister and the Scientific Committee, which supported the Ministry in these activities. I would like to thank the Autonomous Province of Trento, the Municipality of Trento, for the support given. And I would like to thank all those with whom we have prepared this activity. Well, the next meeting will be in Reggio Calabria in September. It will be organized by the Conference of Regions, and it will focus on financial instruments
il presente e il futuro nelle
and the current situation of social innovation. Many topics were touched upon during the last session of the event.
mesi di preparazione con le regioni.
And I would like to thank the Conference of Regions. I would like to thank Region Calabria, which will coordinate the Commission of the Conference of Regions. I would like to thank the local councillor and the director of the ad hoc department, Renato Gasperi.
Poi ci sarà una 2 giorni. Pallucchi questa mattina.
Then we will have 2 days in Rome about proximity economy, and especially with a focus on local economies and peripheral areas. This was announced in the morning. And we think about not only physical peripheral areas, but also the peripheral areas within our own communities in order for social economy to help improve their situation. Then on the 5th of October in May, ANCI, and in cooperation with the Ministry, of course, organizes a meeting on social economy and resilience and development, focusing on more internal areas and small municipalities. Italy, you see, but not only Italy, Europe as a whole is made of small municipalities, small communities. The second panel focused on that, addressing all levels from the international programming aspects to the local deployment, so to say. And so the emphasis will be on that aspect. This is the agenda. This is the program. On the 21st of October, there is the ministerial conference in Bologna. And of course, since the Bologna institutions are extremely capable, you heard that we proposed half a day, and they organized 1 week, because Bologna and Emilia-Romagna work in that way. If you tell them, please organize half a day meeting, they organize 1 week of events. And of course, we are very eager to welcome this opportunity, and we're very happy to grasp the opportunity to address these very topical themes with the signatory countries of the declaration. So thank you all. I hope you can spend some extra time in this beautiful place. And if you have to go back immediately, have a safe and nice journey home. And see you in Reggio Calabria. Thank you.
Sociali Andrea Orlando presiede quest'anno il comitato di monitoraggio della dichiarazione di Lussemburgo sull'economia sociale e solidale in Europa. Dalla dichiarazione di Lussemburgo nel 2015 ad oggi, gli attuali 20 Stati europei firmatari si sono impegnati a sostenere l'economia sociale. L'economia sociale è caratterizzata dalle attività senza scopo di lucro e di utilità sociale, realizzate dalle organizzazioni del terzo settore che agiscono in base a principi di reciprocità e democrazia. Nel corso degli anni, gli Stati dell'Unione Europea, membri del Comitato, hanno esortato le istituzioni europee a sostenerla e promuoverla. Nel dicembre del 2021, la Commissione europea ha adottato un piano d'azione per l'economia sociale, individuata come potente leva per la creazione di posti di lavoro e di innovazione sociale, un pilastro per economie forti, inclusive e resilienti. In vista della proposta di raccomandazione del Consiglio, attesa per il 2023, la Presidenza italiana del Comitato sviluppa un programma per approfondire specifici temi, a partire da 2 premesse essenziali. La centralità della persona, Primacy of People, e il coinvolgimento dei protagonisti dell'economia sociale nelle scelte collettive. Il primato della persona è il principio base e il motore dell'economia sociale, a maggior ragione in un momento come quello attuale, in cui si fa urgente il bisogno di giustizia sociale come strumento di pace e benessere. La crisi pandemica e l'aggressione russa in Ucraina hanno dimostrato quanto sia cruciale il ruolo del terzo settore nel sostenere, accogliere e includere le comunità e gli individui vulnerabili. Il coinvolgimento attivo dei protagonisti dell'economia sociale nella costruzione delle decisioni è centrale per consentire loro di crescere in competenze e spingere l'innovazione. Per questa ragione l'Italia ha introdotto nel codice del terzo settore una previsione specifica che prevede la coprogrammazione dei bisogni e degli interventi e la coprogettazione e intende promuovere questi strumenti come modello da replicare in ambito europeo. La capillare presenza sul territorio, la potenzialità e la capacità di trasformazione economica e sociale diventano protagoniste delle transizioni verde e digitale e delle azioni a sostegno delle città, dei piccoli centri e delle aree rurali. questo potrà svilupparsi anche attraverso una rete di laboratori e osservatori locali collegati a livello europeo e transnazionale. Su questi temi sta a noi trovare lo spirito per spingere nella direzione di quell'unione delle persone che è il modello che dobbiamo sempre avere nella mente e nel cuore.